This is ChestertonRadio.com.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Cosi Cosa from the motion picture A Night at the Opera. Back in New York after almost a year of broadcasting in Hollywood. It's quite a change to be back. Everything seems different, that is, everything except Jell-O. And Jell-O is just as popular in the East as it is in the West. It doesn't make any difference where you go, you'll find everybody likes Jell-O. It's lovely to look at with its vivid, glowing colors. And it's grand to eat with its extra-rich, real fruit flavor. Flavor so rich, so full-bodied, so thoroughly delicious, eating Jell-O is just like eating the real, ripe fruit itself. You won't find this extra-rich fruit flavor in any other gelatin dessert, for only Jell-O knows the secret. So don't accept any substitutes for Jell-O. Whether you're ordering Jell-O at your grocer's or in hotels or restaurants, always insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. Let us welcome back to New York from California that sun-kissed comedian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Say, Don, is this the room?
Yes, Jack, come in. What are you afraid of?
Well, I feel kind of funny getting back to such a big studio. Gee, what a crowd of people here. You know?
Oh, what's the difference? You're not a stranger. Come on in.
Oh, I don't wanna.
Come on. I'll give you a dish of raspberry Jell-O.
Oh, all right, Don. Yum, yum, yum. Well, here I am, folks. Hello again. Gee, I feel silly.
Well, Jack, how does it seem to be back in New York after being in Hollywood for almost a year?
Well, Don, to tell you the truth, I feel kind of strange. I mean, here I am with a coat of tan and 2 frozen ears.
That's surely cold. Where are you stopping in town, Jack? Same place?
No, I have a cozy little room on the east side. It's really quite comfortable.
Oh, is it far from here?
Oh, about a 30-cent sleigh ride. Why don't you ski over and see me sometime? Huh?
I'll do that.
Yeah.
New York City, New York City. Gee, you're pretty. It's a pity. You can't be in old Miami, where it's warmer. Gee, I'm witty. Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Hey. Well. Say, that's some reception you got.
Why not? What good are 2 hands if you can't slap them together once in a while?
Well, why don't you thank the studio audience for such a lovely tribute?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Would anybody like to have my autograph? See how fickle they are, Jack?
I guess you're right, Mary, yeah.
You bet I am.
Is this the place, Jack?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to New York the boy who has never been out of California before, Kenny Baker. Well, Kenny, how do you like being in New York?
Gee, I'm thrilled.
And how do you like the weather?
Gee, I'm chilled.
Well, one thing I must tell you, Kenny, you ought to get rid of that straw hat you're wearing.
Oh, that's all right. I had it fur-lined.
Oh. What have you been doing since we got in? Have you been around to see the sights?
Yes, Jack. I spent all day yesterday in Greenwich Village.
Kenny, that's not Greenwich. You see, here in New York, it's pronounced Greenwich. Greenwich, see? Who did you go with?
Johnny Gren.
Hey, did you go anyplace else?
Yeah. This morning I went over to see the Statue of Liberty, and was I
Isn't he cute, Mary?
That guy has nothing but youth.
Yeah.
Kenny, you must visit Grant's tomb.
I sure will. Cary Grant's a friend of mine.
Listen, Kenny, that's not Cary Grant. That's Ulysses.
And that reminds me, Jell-O has 6 Ulysses flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Delicious Grant, huh?
Say, Jack.
Yeah.
There's Johnny Green. He's been waiting all day for a reception.
Oh, well. Hello, Johnny. Gee, that's some reception you got, Johnny.
Yeah, wasn't it swell?
Seeing his hometown didn't hurt him any.
Well, Johnny, how does it feel to be back home again?
Oh, great, Jack. I spent 2 days just visiting relatives.
Well, that was nice. Did you see any other sights?
Yes, your relatives.
Listen, my relatives are in Waukegan. Nah.
When do you get back to your apartment?
Yeah. Well, maybe the folks did drop in to say hello. Say, Johnny, come here a minute, will you? I want to tell you a funny story I heard on the train. It seems that a woman got...
Now, folks, this is Don Wilson welcoming himself back from California, so give Jell-O a big hand. It's really a great dessert and has always been kind to your dish. Come on, folks.
Well, Jell-O appreciates that. Play, John. Playing Love as a Dancing Sin from the production At Home Abroad. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in announcing that tonight this program is starting a contest, a real brain test in which all members of your family can participate. Now, there's nothing required in this contest but a little bit of your time and patience. The winner will receive the sum of... pardon me, Mary, hold this money. Come in. How do you do?
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of my friends and myself, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you back to New York City.
Well, thanks. Who are you?
Just a 6th Avenue bum.
Gee, I hope my father wasn't listening. Well, anyway, folks, as I said before, tonight this program is starting a contest, a real battle of wit and intelligence. And the winner of this contest will receive the tidy sum of,
Hello? Who? Oh, how are you, Mama? Well. Yes, I got in Thursday morning. It's Mama Jack.
Yeah, give her my love, Mary.
Oh, we had a wonderful trip, but the train was 4 hours late. Gee, if a woman did that, her husband would kill her. Well, how are you, Ma? That's good. Is Father working? He is? Gee, that's great. Who's he working for? Oh, he's in front of the house shoveling snow. Oh, I see.
Tell him to try and keep that job, Mary.
What's that? Oh, Jack's fine. Yeah, Hollywood has done him a lot of good. He looks better than George Alice.
Thanks.
How's Otto? He did? Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What is it, Mary?
Otto went to the Olympic Games in Germany.
Yeah, how did he make out?
He won the 100-yard dash hunt.
Quite a long dog.
Well, Ma, we'll see you tomorrow. What's that?
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Mama said goodbye.
It's a fine program. These greetings are murderous. Well, anyway, folks, tonight we are starting a contest. And the chief requirement will be the brain. Now, as I said before, the winner of this contest will receive the neat sum of, come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Wilson, or Jello. I mean, Jack. Say, who are you?
I'm Jack Benny. What do you want?
I'm a reporter in the news, the Mirror, the Telegraph. That is the the Times.
Oh, from the Tribune, I see.
Yeah. Welcome back to How Have You Been? That is, how are you? Glad to say. Where's Mary Livingston?
She's here. We just got back from Hollywood.
Hollywood? Well. Say, is it true that Wally Beer, Gable, what do you know? Shirley Temple, Gary Cook.
I know.
Or are you going to say, where's Johnny Green?
He's here. They are. Now, take it easy. What do you want to know?
When did you first find out, or do you think, or what's your opinion? Who's your favorite? Well, what's new, Mr. Benny?
Well, I would say that conditions in Hollywood are...
That's enough. It's a scoop. Now, hold still for a moment. Chin up. Now, smile. I got it. Thanks very much.
Wow.
Who is that, Jack?
McIntyre, George, Jean, I don't know, Sing Crosby, Valet, or Baker.
Okay.
Mary, find me a cheap sanitarium, will you?
I'm a roving cowboy, far away from home, far from the prairie, where I used to roam, where the doggies wander and the wind blows free. Oh, my heart is yonder on the lone prairie. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie, where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me beneath the western sky on the lone prairie. Oh, back my gun. Give me back that bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. Hear the cowboys singing by the firelight's gleam. The coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me beneath the western sky on the lone prairie.
That was Kenny Baker singing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie. And now tonight, folks, as I said before, we are starting a contest in which skill will play an important part. All you have to do is follow the rules closely, and the winner will receive a cash prize amounting to... the mailman. Let's see what it is, Mary.
Come in, you little joy spreader. It's a letter for you, Jack.
Give it to me. It's from Regina, Saskatchewan, the Canadian Northwest. It says, Dear Jacques Benet, we have been listening to your... I hope they talk like that. We have been listening to your programs every Sunday and have heard enough about Hollywood and its climate. We people up here in the frozen north eat Jell-O, too. Why don't you do a play about our part of the country? Our home is near the Yukon. So give us a play of the Northwest, or you know what Yukon do. He thinks he's funny. Signed, Victoria Vancouver. Must be wealthy people. Do you know anybody up that way, Mary?
Just Winnie Peg.
Oh, okay. Yes, much, Jack, and I've even named a town after you. It's called Moose Jaw. Please do not ignore this letter. I wish people would give us a little more notice. Say, Mary, we got a play of the Northwest.
How about Tobacco Road?
No, Mary, the Northwest. Ice, snow, zero. Where can we get a play like that?
I can write one, Jack.
You can? Well, hurry up. Maybe we can do it. Make it snappy, Mary, will you?
There you are, Jack.
I thought I'd never get it. Let's see it. Sergeant Benny of the Northwest Mounted Police. Fur trappers report fur stolen. They notify the Mounties. Well, that sounds all right. Of course, the second and third act will need a little fixing. Well, anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after Johnny Green's next number. Say, Johnny, can you play the part of a French-Canadian?
I can play the whole thing.
Oh. How about you, Wilson? Parlez-vous français?
No, I just play one horse at a time.
Oh, do I step into those things, huh? Parley, John. Green and his unmounted musicians playing Mile a Minute with Johnny at the piano. And now for our play, Sergeant Benny of the Northwest Mounted. The scene takes place in Alaska, between Fairbanks and Pickford. Do you know 'em? Am I cold tonight, huh? Mary, you wrote this, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, the Northwest Mounted are in Canada.
I made it Alaska. It's colder up there.
Oh, I see. Huh? Well, then remember, boys, we're all French-Alaskans.
You're really Texas Rangers that got lost.
Oh, I see. Okay, then. Sergeant Benny of the Northwest Mounted. Curtain. Music. When the moon comes over the mounted of the Northwestern Mounted Police.
Hello, Northwest Mounted speaking. You've been robbed. Well, get your own man. It's too cold tonight. Gee, it's cold up here in Alaska. Shoot.
Yep. She's a cold night. Here he comes, more snow. Where is Officer Andre?
Andre is in his igloo.
Igloo? What is an igloo?
A lot of ice without ginger ale.
Oh. Well, tell Andre I want for to see him.
Andre? The sergeant. She wants for to see you. Abba dabba glow pow.
What's that?
I'm an Eskimo.
Here I am, Sarge.
Andre, look at the thermometer. What does she say?
It is 40 Jello 0.
40, eh? What is AT&T?
171.
Buy me 10 shares of thermometer. And keep the window closed so it'll go up. Now, Mary, where does our play go from here?
Wait a minute, Jack. Just a minute, I'll have it. Here you are.
Oh, yeah. First line is mine. Andre, where are the rest of the mounted police? Where is Jean and Pierre?
They're having trouble with their horses.
Mary, in Alaska they have dogs.
They have them in New York, too, but I want horses.
Oh. Send for them, Andre.
Sergeant, you sent for us and we are here.
What do I say?
Here's your part, Kenny.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
I hear you are having trouble with the horses.
Oui. We played them to win, and they come in second.
I thought that would get a bigger laugh.
Yeah, so did I. Now, listen, you are all brave men, but you hang around and do nothing.
What do you want that we shall do, Sarge?
The book, he show we have been here 12 years. There have been 435 robbery and 12 murder. And not once did you get your man. What do you say to these?
Maybe we're not the type.
There is something to that. Come in.
Electric fans, ice cream cones?
No, not today. What was that, Mary?
I just put that in as a menace.
Oh.
Go ahead, Jack.
Now, I warn you, men, these cannot go on any longer. You must either get your man or get out. Who is that?
That's Benny Rubin. I wrote a part for him, too.
Oh, is Reuben in this?
Yes.
Oh, come in.
I beg your pardon, but is this the Northwestern Mounted Police and
Sure, and it is. I mean, we. What is the trouble?
Well, it's in the first trapping business I'm in. And I'm just trying to make an honest living skinning skunks and minding my own business. And, Mr. Sergeant, what do you think happened?
Tell him to me.
Well, this morning when I woke up, some thief skinned me out of my skunk skin. And if I'm lying to you, I hope to be bitten by a snake and have to take 3 drinks of good liquor.
You say you were skunked out of your skin?
No, sir, skinned out of my skunk.
What is he supposed to be, Mary?
A Greek.
Oh. Well, go back and take it again, will you, Reuben? A Greek this time.
All right, great.
Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Northwest Mounted Police I'm speaking on?
Wait a minute. Is that what you wanted, Mary?
I don't know. I think so.
Oh. Well, what is the trouble?
About 1 year ago, I come here from Greases, and I want to go into hunting business, so I get myself a hunting dog to catch the skunk. And the first thing he does is catch my brother. Well, sir, I want to tell you that at that time I was making very big money. But one fine day, I found me dialect changing on me.
Your dialect changing?
Yes, sir, would you believe it? So I am selling the lunchroom, and believe it, Ripley or not, I went into the fur business, and here I am a pelt picker, dealing in the skins you lost to cash.
Hey, wait, did you ever meet Schlepperman?
Schlepperman, of course, is my Hollywood representative. Well, anyway, Lieutenant.
Sergeant.
Thank you. Mine furs were stolen this morning, and a skin cannot walk away without the animal inside.
You have just heard what these men said. There is a fur thief in the Northwest. Now do your duty. Keep up the good name of the Northwest Mounted. Go and get your man.
But, Sergeant, where can we find this man?
I have a clue. Pierre, you go to Manitoba. John, you go to Manhattan. And Andre, you go to
Montreal.
Right. Get going.
Thank you, Sergeant. And say, by the by, in the meantime, If your wife wants a nice piece of 20th century fart, here's my card. Schlepperman and Schnorret, Skinners and Furriers, very cheap too.
Well, Mary, where does our play go from here?
Oh, don't worry, I'll have it.
While Mary is writing the next scene, let me tell you about Jell-O. It has that new extra-rich, fresh fruit flavor and tastes twice as good as ever before. So be sure to look for the big red letters on the package.
Is it ready yet, Mary?
No.
Then let me tell you about our contest. Tonight we are starting an unusual contest in which every member of your family can participate. The first prize, without any strings whatsoever attached to it, will be the sum of...
Here it is, Jack. I wonder what the boys are doing now.
So do I.
That's your line, Jack.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the boys are doing now. Come in.
Here you are, Sergeant. You told us to get our man, and we got him. Here's the fellow who stole his fur.
That is not him.
Hey, wait, so what's the matter with you? You got the wrong people. I'm the man who lost this fur.
Mary, for heaven's sake, you wrote this. What do we do now?
I don't know. What do you think, Jack?
I don't know. What do you think, Reuben?
Well, in a situation such as that...
I've got it. Why don't you kiss and make up like they do in pictures?
That's it, but who are we going to kiss?
Not me. Play, Johnny Grimm.
Some folks like jazz music, some like ballads, some prefer grand opera. But here's one symphony everybody will go for, a fruit symphony made with Jell-O. Try it on your family and you'll hear some compliments that will be music to your ears. To make fruit symphony, here's what you do. Dissolve a package of lemon Jell-O in warm water and to chill. When it's thickened a bit, put in 2 cups of diced grapefruit, a half cup each of cut-up orange and pineapple. When you turn it out of the mold, you have a sunburst of color, clear, glowing lemon Jell-O with grapefruit, orange, and pineapple shining through. It's a swell wintertime fruit dessert, and it tastes just as intriguing as it looks. Be sure, though, to make your fruit symphony with genuine Jell-O, for only Jell-O tastes extra rich, twice as good.
Of the 20th program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again
Pardon me, Jack. Here's a telegram that just came for you. Do you mind if I read it?
No, Don, go right ahead.
It says, Dear Jack, the Jell-O family of all 6 flavors extends to you their heartiest congratulations on the splendid showing you made in the National Radio Editors Poll conducted annually by the New York World Telegram. Stop. For the 2nd consecutive year, our Jell-O program was voted the favorite of all the shows on the air. And for the 3rd consecutive year, you were selected America's outstanding radio comedian. Jell-O shares your justified pride in this fine accomplishment. Signed, Clarence Francis, President General Foods, makers of Jell-O.
Well, thanks, Don. I'm very, very happy about it. Thank you. And, I want to thank my author, Harry W. Kahn, all the members of my cast and everybody associated with the Jell-O program, and, of course, the radio editors for their kind consideration. And I'd like to say that Frank Parker is sitting in our audience tonight, who was a great figure in helping us win the poll last year. I wish we had time to have him come up and say hello, but we haven't. Huh?
You forgot to mention me, Jack.
I did say members of my cast.
Fine name, Mary Cast.
Well, good night, folks. What became of my contest?
The selection Love and Bloom is from She Loves Me Not. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Swing the Jinx Away from the picture Born to Dance. Today is St. Valentine's Day, a day that makes you think of gaiety and color. A day when people giving Valentine parties are serving Jell-O because Jell-O is such a gay, colorful, delicious dessert. And Jell-O is as popular at everyday meals as it is at parties. For Jell-O is good to look at, easy to make, and delicious to taste. Everybody everywhere is sure to give Jell-O's refreshing taste of fresh, ripe fruit the grand reception it deserves. So add a final triumphant, colorful note to your menus. Serve a great gleaming dish of Jell-O for dessert soon. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, for only real Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor that comes from fresh, ripe fruit. So order Jell-O tomorrow from your grocer, but be sure you get genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box. Ladies and gentlemen, on this same Valentine's Day many years ago in the little town of Waukegan, Illinois, there was cause for great rejoicing, for on that day in a certain household, a little bundle of joy made his entrance into the world. So now we bring you Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday, Jack Benny, Happy Birthday to you.
Well, what an original greeting. How'd you fellas ever think of those words?
Come on, Jack, how about a speech? What do you think about a speech?
Well, this is rather embarrassing. I would like to say something, but I'm kind of all choked up. So I'll just say thanks a million thanks to you.
That's original, too.
Never mind the speech, Jack. We just want to wish you many happy returns of the day and hope that we'll all be with you on your next birthday.
Well, thanks, Phil.
I feel the same way. And to prove it, Jack, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
So am I.
You stay out of this, Kenny. All right, come on, Mary. I'll give you the kiss. Mary, how was that?
Not bad.
Pretty good, huh?
No, just not bad.
Well, after all, Mary, we're in front of an audience.
Say, Jack, I was going to bring you a cake, but I didn't know how many candles to put on it.
Oh, yes, and by the way, Jack, how old are you?
Well, I'm in the neighborhood of 35.
I thought you moved from there.
Yes, but not far. On a clear day, I can still see 35.
Well, birthdays do come along fast, don't they, Jack?
Yes, sir. Here today and the Townsend plan tomorrow. Ah, that's life. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Oh, you again. What is it this time?
May this, your birthday, bring you boundless joy, supreme happiness, and the realization of your fondest dreams.
Well, thanks. Now, please tell me, who are you?
Western Union greeting number 87. Goodbye.
How do you like that? That guy could be sent any place in the United States for a quarter, and he has to come here.
Oh, Jack, to forget the ribbing for a moment, the gang and I got together to buy you a birthday gift, and, well,
Yes?
Or you tell it, Mary.
Well, Jack, we got together and we didn't know what to buy you.
Oh, you didn't have to bother with anything.
So we all chipped in and went to see your picture, College Holiday.
Well, that's what I call a real tribute. But you might have invited me to the picture.
Oh, you wouldn't have liked it.
Well, Kenny, I can make allowances for the rest of the gang, but I certainly thought that you'd come through with a present.
I did, Jack. But I thought I'd wait until everybody went home before giving it to you.
Oh, what is it, Kenny?
Well, I feel kind of silly.
Oh, come on now. What is it?
I baked you a cake.
Well, thanks, Kenny. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Wait till you eat it.
Here you are, Jack.
Oh, it's lovely, and such nice icing on it. Where are the candles?
Inside the cake.
Well, that's a surprise. I hope the wax doesn't get caught in my teeth.
I was going to bring you one, too, Jack, but I don't know how to bake a cake.
Oh, that's all right, Mary.
So I baked a potato. Here.
Oh, a real Idaho. Well...
Jack, not to be outdone by the others, I didn't bake a cake, but I brought you a beautiful dish of molded raspberry jello.
Oh.
And on top of it, I have your name spelled out in sliced bananas.
That's sweet, but you only have one N in Benny.
Well, I was hungry.
I sure get a lot of presents. This must be the Prudence Benny's cooking school.
And now, Jack, if everybody will be quiet for a minute, I've got something that I want to read to you.
If it's a poem, I'll die.
Well, topple over. Here it comes.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, Jack Benny, this is sure your lucky day. Though everybody brings you presents, I would rather shout, hey, hey.
Well, that's inexpensive.
With the wrinkles on your forehead and your silver streaked with hair.
Silver streaked with hair?
Well, it won't rhyme the other way.
Oh.
If you'd been twins when you were born, gee, you'd make a lovely pair. Oh, Jack Benny, oh. Wait a minute, there's more.
Well, the audience knows what they're doing. Oh, Phil, you better go into your number before Mary overrules the audience.
Okay.
Come in.
Postal telegram for Jack Benny.
Well, we got both companies in nicely. Right here, Bud.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, get this. Dear Mr. Benny, stop. Very sincere congratulations on your birthday. Stop. You certainly fooled us again.
Who's it from, Jack?
The Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. Play, Phil. I'll fool them plenty many more years. By Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, I want to tell you those boys of yours are in great shape today.
Well, Jack, they know it's your birthday.
Oh.
In fact, they've asked me if it's all right, they'd like to pay you a little tribute.
Why, certainly, Phil. I think it's awfully nice of them. After all, they're part of our little company.
Okay. Give it to him, boys.
Happy birthday to Jack Benny. Greetings, Jack, from us to you.
Well.
If you're going to give a party, don't be cheap. Invite us, too.
That's cute. Well, thanks, boys, for that lovely sentiment and hint.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
What about the bee? Are you going to play it tonight?
Well, Phil, I wanted to, but you know my violin was stolen last week. Oh, Mary, did you put that ad in the paper like I told you to?
Yes, here's a copy of it.
Oh.
Lost, strayed, or stolen, Jack Benny's violin. Answers to the name of Stratty and limps on one string.
What?
White spot on tail, owner heartbroken.
Mary, is that an ad for my violin?
Yes, and my uncle's dog.
It's a fine thing. By the time I get the violin back, it'll have fleas.
What's the difference? You'd scratch it anyway.
Everybody's a critic here.
Who do you think could have taken it, Jack?
Oh, I don't know, Don. I don't know. It couldn't have been Heifetz. He has a violin.
You didn't hide it yourself, did you, Jack?
Don't be so ridiculous.
Well, I was only asking.
Well, don't ask such smart questions.
Yeah.
I wish I could help you out, Jack, but there are no violins in my orchestra.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Phil, because I'm really in rare form tonight, and I know I could do justice to the bee. I know. Come in.
Here comes Andy now.
Well, Andy, glad to see you.
Just thought I'd drop up, Jack, and wish you a happy birthday.
Well, thanks, Andy.
And I brought you a little present. Here it is, a combination necktie and suspenders.
That's quite a novelty. Necktie and suspenders. How does it work?
Well, you put it on like an ordinary tie, and you see this hole in the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, just fasten that onto your trousers.
Well, won't that choke me?
Yes, but your pants won't fall down.
I know that, Andy, but it'll still choke me.
Well, what would you rather do, breathe or blush?
I'd rather breathe.
Then I'll blush. So long, Jack.
Say, Jack, do you know a good lawyer?
A lawyer? Why?
Did you hear what Fred Allen said about me Wednesday night?
Oh, don't worry about that, Andy. He's been talking about me for weeks.
Yeah, and I thought he was pretty funny until Wednesday.
Well, Andy, don't take it to heart. Look what he said about me. He said I was so anemic that if I walked by a pack of bloodhounds, they wouldn't even look up.
I like that one.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, believe me, those hounds would look up if Allen walked by.
They would?
Sure, he looks like a dog biscuit.
Nice work, Andy. Nice work. Say, Andy, come on out in the hall with me. I got a couple of gags about Allen that are real stingers.
Yeah?
Sure. Kenny, are you ready for your song?
Why can't I sing out in the hall?
You stay right here and sing. Come on, Andy. Come in. Special delivery for Jack Benny. Take it, Mary.
Okay.
You coming, Jack?
Be right with you, Andy.
Oh, Jack, look. It's a comic Valentine. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh, yeah?
And it's got a cartoon of you playing a fiddle.
Well, let's hear what Cupid's got to say.
Roses are red, violinists are blue, all over the country on account of you.
That's very funny. Come on out in the hall, Andy. Now I'll really tell you something. That Allen is so anemic that if he ever walked into
I'm a roving cowboy far away from home, far from my prairie where I used to roam, where the doggies wander and the wind blows free. Oh, my heart is yonder on the lone prairie. Oh, carry me back. Back my saddle, give me back my gun, give me back that bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. Hear the cowboy singing by the firelight's gleam. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me
How was that, Andy?
That was a peach. Say, that's funnier than anything he ever said.
Yeah, that was Kenny Baker singing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
A telegram came in for you while Kenny was singing.
Give it to me. Oh, it's from my father. Good old Dad. I knew he wouldn't forget my birthday.
What does it say, Jack?
Says, Dear son, received your old suit with the patch pockets and pants. Please send buttons, Dad.
Some sentiment.
Well, that's our code, meaning happy birthday. Buttons he wants yet. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, fellas, look who's here. The old maestro, Ben Burney.
Yowza, yowza.
Well, Ben, I'm sure glad to see you. What brings you up here?
Well, I heard it was your birthday, Jack, so I thought I'd come up and rub it in.
Well, I can depend on that.
Yowza. And, Jack, I brought you a little present. Here you are. A box of cigars, and I hope you'll like them.
Well, and my favorite brand. Thanks, Ben.
You're welcome, my lad.
Hey, this box is half empty. What's the idea?
It's my favorite brand, too.
Yowza.
Say, Mary, see that guy's funny. Who is he?
I don't know. Some orchestra leader.
Mary. Ben, you know Mary, don't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mary. How are you?
Fine, Ben. How are you and all the cads?
That's lads, not cads.
Don't tell me about those guys.
We put that over. Don't mind her, Ben. She's only kidding. Hey, Kenny, this is Ben Burney, the famous orchestra leader.
Well, hello, Kenny.
Do you need a good tenor?
Kenny.
Gee, I want to get ahead, too.
Well, come over and see me, Kenny. After all, money isn't everything.
Yeah.
That's fine loyalty, Kenny.
Let him go, Jack. I'm available.
I've been working it up there. Some other time, Andy. Say, Ben, I want you to meet our maestro, to coin an expression. This is Phil Harris, the orchestra leader.
With what band?
Pardon me, I didn't get your name.
I'm Ben Burney, the old maestro.
Well, I'm Phil Harris, the young maestro.
I can see you two fellas are going to hit it off all right. You know, Phil, Ben and I are supposed to look quite a bit alike.
Yes, there is a resemblance.
Yeah, between the two of you, you got a nice head of hair.
Nobody asked you.
Hey, Jack, what am I around here, an orphan?
Oh, little orphan Andy. I'm sorry, Andy. Ben, I want you to meet Andy Devine. You've probably heard his voice on our program the last few weeks.
Well, doggone it, I thought that was static.
Static?
I was right.
I'd like to introduce myself, Mr. Burney. I'm Don Wilson, the announcer here.
Oh, you're the fellow that talks about Jell-O, like our announcer talks about good old keg line.
Yes, only your product holds just one delicious flavor.
Gee, aren't they subtle?
Say, Ben, you and Winchell are making a picture out of 20th Century Fox, aren't you?
Yeah, it's called Wake Up and Live.
Wake Up and Live. Must be dedicated to Fred Allen. Say, there's a very good friend of mine in that picture, Jack Haley.
Who?
Haley, Jack Haley.
Haley? I can't seem to place him.
Well, you probably didn't meet him. He plays the lead.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I saw you in your last picture, College Holiday.
So what?
You didn't even meet the director.
Is that so? I was in a lot of scenes in that picture.
Yeah, right behind Burns and Allen.
Well.
Gee, if they turn the film around, Jack will be right up in front.
Kenny, you're a genius.
Yeah.
Well, stick around, Ben. Stick around. Phil's going to play something. You might as well hear some good music.
All right, Jack. It'll seem just like Tuesday night.
How about it? Come on, Phil. Show him what you can do.
Oh, no. I'm not going to do any of my tricks with Bernie standing here.
Don't worry, Phil. I'll stand right in front of him. Play, boy. played by the orchestra and directed by Maestro Harris. How'd you like it, Maestro Bernie?
I thought it was great, Maestro.
Well, thanks for calling me Maestro, Ben. Alan doesn't even think I'm a musician.
Say, Ben, did you hear what Alan said about me Wednesday night?
You? Look what he said about me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and he keeps saying that I'm anemic.
He does, eh? Why, that guy Alan is so anemic that if you hit him in the face, he'd have to owe you a nosebleed.
That's good. You didn't muff it tonight. That's good. Say, Ben.
Fine thing.
Ben, come here a minute. Come here. I want to talk to you.
Yeah?
You know, just man to man.
What's on your
now,
mind?
He's supposed to be funny. But I can't see that fellow, Alan. Can you?
No, I can't.
I can't see him either. Mary, what are you laughing at?
3 blind maestros.
Well, you earned that laugh.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
Wasn't that cavalcade he did of you and your ancestors a knockout?
Well, it didn't impress me that way. And incidentally, folks, tonight, as a special attraction, we have a little surprise for you. After much research, thought, and preparation, we are going to present the highlights in the life of Fred Allen. Curtain. Take it, boys. You have just heard the highlights in the life of Fred
Allen. Say, Jack, speaking of silence, when are you going to play the bee?
Well, Ben, I did want to play it tonight, but, you know, last week somebody stole my violin.
Yeah, I heard about that. And to show you what a pal I am, I brought my violin over, and you're welcome to use it.
Well, thanks, Ben, but to do justice to the number, I really should play it on my own violin. You see, mine is a Rembrandt.
Rembrandt? Well, Michelangelo whittled out mine.
Who was Stradivarius, a plumber?
Oh, that's the fella.
Say, Jack, my violin is outside in my car, and I'll bring it right in.
Better bring Rubidoff in, too.
Quiet, Mary. Oh, don't bother, Ben.
No, I'll be right back.
Oh, he shouldn't run out without a hat at his age.
Well, Jack, it looks like we're in for a musical treat tonight.
Yes, Don, I guess so, yeah.
Well, go to it, old boy, and remember my band's right behind you.
Thanks, Phil. You remember those special instructions I gave you?
To play loud.
Yeah, no.
Good luck on the bee, Jack. And remember, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that sting.
It'll be all right, Mary. It's my big moment, thanks to Ben butting in.
Say, I wonder what's keeping him anyway.
Oh, he'll be back soon. Don't worry about him.
You better run out and get him, Kenny.
But Kenny's got to sing.
I did sing.
Oh.
I'll get him, Jack.
Well, well, Don, you might as well give me that big build-up again. Go ahead, introduce me.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
Oh, Jack!
What is it, Kenny?
Ben Burney has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Oh.
How do you know?
I just saw 2 men grab a hold of him and push him into their car.
2 men, eh?
Yeah, and one of them looked like your chauffeur.
Why, it couldn't have been.
That's a fine way to treat a guest.
Well, this thing has gone far enough. First my violin disappears, then Bernie's. If one more thing happens, I'll call the police.
Oh, Jack, look.
What's that?
Someone threw a stone.
Gee, and you haven't even played yet.
Look, Jack, there's a note tied to it.
It might be a clue. Read it, Don. What does it say?
It says, "This will be continued next Sunday night. Who threw the stone? Who wrote the note? Who won the 5th race at Santa Anita?
Who knows where Bernie is?
Who cares, Playboys?
Everybody knows that old saying about the way to a man's heart. And there's no doubt about it, good food surely does make a good impression. So if that certain somebody is coming to your house for dinner soon, here's something that's bound to make a hit with him. It's made with Jell-O, and it's called Midwinter Dessert. And this is how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan, Chill until firm and then cut into cubes. After that, arrange grapefruit sections in sherbet glasses and top with cubes of cherry jello, garnishing this grand combination with slices of banana. Wait till you see the reception it gets. It's a dessert that looks like $1 million and tastes more. Better order some jello tomorrow and serve the midwinter dessert for dinner. But be sure you get genuine jello, for only jello has that extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell jello.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I'd like to thank Ben Burney for coming up here tonight, and I hope he shows up on his own program next Tuesday.
Well, Jack, I understand that you and Mary are going to do Brewster's Millions on the air tomorrow night. Is that right?
Yes, Don, we're going to dabble in the drama a bit. Of course, it isn't exactly Hamlet, but it's a start. Huh, Mary?
All the world's a stage. To be or not to be, that is the
Quiet, quiet. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
The song Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie is from Stars Over Broadway, riding high from the score of Red Hot and Blue. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston came to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's All Sing Together. When you were a youngster, did this ever happen to you? The family would sit down to some special dessert, but you weren't allowed to have any. Remember how hurt you felt? Well, that never happens when there's Jello for dessert. For Jello is marvelously light and wholesome, and the whole family can enjoy it, from Grandpop on down to Junior. And believe me, the whole family does enjoy it. For Jello is the perfect ending to any meal. Those 6 delicious flavors are as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And those 6 gay colors, as cheerful as a rainbow, make a radiant success of your dessert course. Make it something truly special every time. So treat the family to some Jello tomorrow. If you haven't enjoyed it recently, you'll find it even better than you remember. More delicious and inviting, more downright swell. Try it and see. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells an all-family treat. Was Let's All Sing Together, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last installment of our recent journey to Yosemite National Park and Jack Maxwell. The trip will go down in history with the adventures of Marco Polo, the exploits of Admiral Byrd, the voyage of Christopher Columbus.
Don't forget the Rover Boys.
Quiet, Mary.
As you remember, last week's episode ended with Jack skiing down a steep hill and crashing into the ski house, with the result that he suffered a sprained ligament in his leg and several assorted abrasions.
Oh, it's a miracle I'm alive. I must be made of iron. Continue, Don.
It is now several days later, and we take you to Jack's room at the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite, where he is convalescing.
It's my birthday, too, folks.
Jack is propped up in bed, and as the scene opens, we find Rochester reading to him from a magazine.
It was past midnight and the moon was shining brightly through the magnolia trees as Ronald walked into the garden. Carlotta heard his footsteps approaching and looked up like a frightened gazelle.
That's Gazelle.
A frightened gazelle.
Don't be alarmed, darling, cried the young American engineer. It is I. I have come back for you.
I knew he would.
Carlotta's dark Mexican eyes flashed. Her lips quivered. Tease me, she said. Tease me.
All right, never mind the dialect. Go ahead.
The smile on Ronald's face suddenly turned to a sneer. It's no use, Carlotta, he said. I only come back to say goodbye. This is the end.
The darn fool. Doesn't he know she loves him?
But Ronald, cried Carlotta, you can't go. We're married. And what about the baby?
The baby? What baby?
That was last month, boss. We missed that.
Oh. Well, that changes everything. Go ahead.
Ronald turned and started toward the gate. Carlotta clung to him, and the tears came to her eyes. But Ronald laughed bitterly and struck her to the ground.
Brute.
She quickly arose and ran toward him. His back was turned, so she could not see the long, thin dagger flashing in his hand.
A dagger?
She crept closer and closer. Ronald's back was still turned.
Yes, yes?
Please, Ronald, she cried. He did not answer.
Oh.
So she clutched the dagger and raised it higher and higher and higher.
Oh, my goodness, he better run.
No hurry. Continued next month.
What? It's a fine ending. They always leave you in suspense like that.
It's a great story, though.
Yes, and you know, Rochester would make a swell picture. Can't you just see me as a young American engineer that spurns the love of this beautiful senorita? It's no use, Carlotta. I only came back to say goodbye. This is the end. And then when she tries to kiss me, I'd knock her to the ground. Ha ha! What I could do to a part like that. I wonder who the right girl would be to play opposite me. Of course, Hedy Lamarr might be the type. She's dark and she's got those flashing eyes.
She's too healthy. You'd never knock her down.
Well, I still think we'd make a very romantic couple. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. I'm having a fine birthday this year, flat on my back in bed.
Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Your leg hurts a little, that's all.
Is that so? Well, if you want to know something, young lady, I had a pretty bad accident. And it's a serious case.
Oh, everything is serious with you.
It is, eh?
Last month you got a sliver in your finger and you wanted to go to the Mayo Brothers to have it taken out.
Now, wait a minute, Mary Livingston. That sliver wasn't in my finger. It was in my tongue. And it was painful.
Well, I told you not to eat those good humors so close to the sick.
Mary, did you come in here to sympathize with me or aggravate me?
I came in to bring you a birthday present. Here it is.
Ouch, my leg. I got a sore leg. That's why I'm in bed. Didn't have to throw the package.
I'm sorry, Jack. I forgot.
What's the present? I'll open it later.
It's a bottle of rubbing alcohol for your back.
Oh.
Well, you like it, don't you?
Yes, thanks. It's just what I need. Rubbing alcohol, a fine birthday present. Anyway, I'm glad you dropped in, Mary. It gets so monotonous lying here in bed.
How about another game of casino, boss?
Okay, how much do I owe you now, Rochester?
Let's see. I got the score right here. 4, carry 2, add 5.
Well, how much is it?
$8,000.
Let's see that. That's $80. You're supposed to put a decimal point in there.
You put in the money, I'll put in the points.
$80, eh?
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to say you lost $80 to Rochester playing casino?
Not only that, I was teaching him the game. Oh, well, we were only playing for fun. Hey, Roch?
You ain't gonna rock me out of it.
All right, Mr. Van Jones, I'll add it to your check next week. Wish my nurse would get here. She's supposed to be here at 8 o'clock, and it's 11:30.
I saw her a little while ago.
Where?
She was out skiing with Phil Harris.
Oh, fine. I pay a nurse $7 a day so she can slide down a hill with Harris. I'll never find her when I want her.
Well, I think you went too far yesterday when you hung that cowbell around her neck.
Well, I had to do something. See, my leg's throbbing, and I got a fever and everything. Maybe that's her now. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Are you feeling better?
Oh, a little, Dennis, but I'm still not myself. My leg hurts, and I ache all over.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, anyway, Jack, you're a year older today.
That doesn't help any either.
Now, listen, Mary, I wouldn't say anything if I were you after that birthday present you gave me. You know, fellas, I just received a lovely bottle of rubbing alcohol from Miss Livingston.
No kidding.
Yeah, what a present. Suppose if I had a cold, she'd have bought me Kleenex. If I had a headache, she'd have bought me a box of aspirin.
As long as you stay under $1, you're safe.
Just what I was getting at. I wouldn't mind that so much, Mary, but after the beautiful birthday presents I always give you, Remember that mink jacket 3 years ago?
That mink jacket. Every spring it comes out to look at a shadow.
Oh, you always have to run and get things to praise. Yeah, I wish my nurse would get here, or my doctor, or somebody. I'm tired of lying here in bed.
You want to teach me some more, casino boy?
No, I lost $80. That's enough. And incidentally, Rochester, inasmuch as I was teaching you the game, I'm charging you $60 per lesson. So I only owe you $20. And if I recall correctly, I recently gave you my old blue suit, which is worth at least $20, so I really don't owe you anything.
I know we'd arrive there, but I didn't know just how.
Well, that's how, and the meeting is closed. I wish the doctor'd show up. I want to get back to Hollywood in time for our broadcast Sunday.
Oh, you'll make it all right, Jack.
Sure, there's nothing the matter with you.
There's plenty the matter with me. I just don't complain, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what song do you want me to sing next Sunday?
Well, Dennis, what's popular right now?
There's a new number out called The Isle of May. It's a ballad type. Would that be all right?
I don't know. Does it fit you, Dennis?
I think so. It goes something like this.
Lovely, I was lonely. It was springtime, and we fell in love. We strolled along through the heather, and it was June on the Isle of May. Was sweet as the hair. Love was in bloom there on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its doors. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its doors. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June on the Isle of May.
Well, that was swell, Dennis. That song's going to be all right for the program.
I think I ought to brush up on it, though.
Maybe so.
Oh, Jack, speaking of Sunday's show, I have a problem that's been bothering me.
You have, Don?
Yes, it's been on my mind all day, and I just can't seem to arrive at a definite solution.
My goodness, what is it?
Well, on next Sunday's show, I don't know whether to say, go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O, or run to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
Oh, well, that is a problem there.
I like go.
I like run.
Yes, either one is good, Don.
No, Jack, no, I don't think they convey the idea of enough speed.
Oh, well, how about hasten, Don? Listen to this. Hasten to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. How's that for the customers?
Well, I don't know.
How about shooting him out of a cannon?
Out of a cannon?
That's it. Shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. Thanks, Mary. That's terrific.
You're welcome.
See you later, Jack.
Oh, God.
Wow, a cannon.
Gee.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Me too. Well, if my nurse doesn't get here pretty soon, I'll say, Rochester, give me a spoonful of that iron tonic.
Oh, was there iron in that, boy?
Why, certainly, iron and alcohol.
My, that's the first time I ever had a metallic martini.
You lay off my medicine. Gee, my leg hurts again. I get those shooting pains. Come in.
Oh, Jack, it's Dr. Nelson.
It's about time. So it's you, Doctor.
Yes. Well, quite a little party we're having here. How are you today, Miss Livingston?
I'm just fine, Doctor.
That's good. And you, Mr. Day, how's your health?
I feel marvelous.
Fine, fine. And Rochester, how are you feeling?
Okay, Doc, I'm okay.
Good. Well, I'll be running along now. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm the patient here. What about me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, yes. How is your arm today? Still bothering you?
It's my leg, my left leg. My arms are all right. I just lost $80 playing cards with them.
Oh, certainly it's your leg. You fell off a horse.
A horse? Look, Doc, I never fell off a horse on my leg in my life. Now, Doc, here's the whole story. Don't you remember? I hurt my leg skiing. I went down the mountain at Badger Pass and crashed through the ski house. Then we phoned for you and you came to examine me, remember?
Oh, yes, and I'll never forget how you called me Daddy.
Well, I was delirious, that's why. I was delirious.
Well, just the same, it was embarrassing. I'm a bachelor, you know.
I know. Now, look, Doctor, I want to know if I can get out of here today and go home.
You see, Doctor, Mr. Benny's anxious to get up because it's his birthday today.
Well, congratulations, young man. How old are you?
It's none of your business. I'm old enough to vote.
For Lincoln.
Marry. I'm trying to get some information here. Now, Doctor, when am... Oh, come in.
Well, Jack, your nurse finally arrived.
So I see. Awfully glad you dropped in, nurse.
How's my little patient today?
As if you cared. And take off those skis. My goodness.
Well, I'm only going to be here for a minute.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Fine nurse you recommended. Supposed to be taking care of me. She's out skiing with Phil Harris all day.
You're a naughty girl, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, kid.
Later, Miss Kelly.
Now, look, Doc, I want to find out if I can...
Miss Kelly, will you please take Mr. Benny's pulse?
Okay, Doctor. Let me have your wrist, Mr. Benny.
Here. Well, you going to come here or you want me to throw it over? Now, come here.
All right.
Here. Here's my wrist. Nothing but screwballs in this room. I'll bet $10 Olson and Johnson are under the bed. Well, Miss Kelly, what about it?
Oh, Doctor, Mr. Benny has no pulse. I can't feel a thing.
Of course not. You're wearing mittens. No pulse. Why, the blood just leaps through my veins.
It can't be that happy.
Is that so? Now, Doctor, for the last time, I want to find out if I can get... Oh, for heaven's sake, come in. Hiya, Jackson. How's your leg? You're certainly worried about that, Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, there you are, Miss Kelly. Hiding from me, huh?
Hiding from you? She works here. And incidentally, Phil, when you came in, you might at least have wished me a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Jackson.
Keep it. Happy birthday.
Oh, is this your birthday, Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Well, if I'd have known that, I'd have put a candle on your poached egg.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
You know, Jackson, I forgot all about this being your birthday, and I feel terrible about not bringing you a gift.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't want you to think I'm a heel.
Believe me, Phil, one little present won't influence me one way or the other. So don't worry about it.
Well, I think I'll be running along now, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You haven't told me if I can leave here today and go home.
Oh, my goodness. You could have gone home 4 days ago.
I could? Then why keep me in bed? Why didn't you tell me then? I'm going to pack and get out of here. What's my bill, Doctor?
$35.
$35?
I'll make it $37.50. I saw a suit I like today.
You'll get $35. Rochester, take care of that, will you?
Okay, boss. Do you play casino, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Follow me.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. What do I owe you, nurse?
$42. That's 6 days at $7 a day.
Now, wait a minute. You only dropped in for lunch. The rest of the time you were skiing with Phil Harris.
Well, I'm the outdoor type.
Well, then get out of here. Here's your money.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Philzy.
Right right with you, baby. So long, Jackson. See you in Hollywood. I'm going to get dressed. Hand me my robe, Mary.
Here you are. It's about time you took that emblem off the back of it.
Never mind that.
Look at that. Golden Gloves, 1898.
My father's robe. Now, Mary, call downstairs and have the room clerk make up the bill. Tell him I'm paying for everybody's room but my nurse's boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh, Dennis, help me get my things packed, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Hello, the room clerk, please.
Dennis, take all my shirts and socks out of the top drawer.
Hello, room clerk. Will you please make up Mr. Benny's bill? We're checking out today.
Dennis, hand me that suitcase, the larger one.
Yes, everybody except Phil Harris.
Where'll I put the sweaters?
Right in there and keep them together.
How much does that amount to?
And don't forget my skates.
$198?
And put them in my... $198?
We'll have it itemized. Thank you.
$198. I've been in bed since the first day here. Come on, Dennis, get going. Pack, for heaven's sake.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Telegram for Jack Benny. Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Where do you want these pieces of skis put, Mr. Benny?
Throw them in the fireplace. Who's the wire from, Mary?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What does he say? All right, what does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, as long as you made it, happy birthday.
Well, you can throw that in the fireplace, too. Dennis, not my underwear. I meant the telegram. Give me the poker, quick. Give me the poker. Oh, what a kid. See, I wonder if I hope I didn't forget anything. That was quick, Mary. You all packed?
Yeah, how did your leg feel?
Well, I can't put much weight on it yet, but it's all right. Rochester, did you get all the stuff out of the bathroom? My razor and everything?
Yeah. Say, boss, do you want that old tube of shaving cream, too?
Of course I want it.
There isn't enough there to shave the fuzz off a peach.
I have a very light beard, so get it. Now, let's see. The bellboy took the other 4 grips. Rochester, grab those 2. Mary, help me with this big one, will you?
Okay.
Oh, now what? Come in.
Well, how's my little patient today?
You were here already, Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Goodbye.
What a klutz. How'd you make out with him in that casino game, Rochester?
Okay. What can I do with a stethoscope?
You didn't have to go that far. I just wanted to square the bill, that's all.
I got enough bills to last me for the rest of my life.
All right, now grab those 2 bags and let's get moving. Come on, Mary. Is Dennis packed?
Yeah, he's downstairs in the lobby.
Then let's get on our way. You go ahead, Rochester. Come on, Mary. We'll stop at the cash cashier's desk and take care of the bill. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Help everybody get their things in the car so we can get started.
Okay, and by the way, Jack, I think that cannon idea is going to work out all right.
What cannon idea?
Well, you know, shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood.
Oh, yes. Congratulations, Don. See you in the car. Oh, cashier, give me my bill, please.
Here you are, sir. It's $198.40.
40 cents? Oh, you just told Miss Livingston on the phone that the bill was $198. What's the extra 40 cents for?
There's a towel sticking out of your suitcase.
I brought that with me. It's mine.
Certainly. It says Bluebell Auto Court on it.
Of course. I'll make out a check, young man, for $198. Now, let's see. The Ahwahnee Hotel. How do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Eddie, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Bill, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee?
Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll just make it out the cash. That's good enough.
You know, Ahwahnee is an Indian word.
Yes, I heard all about it.
In fact, I'm an Indian myself.
I know. I can see where you were scalped. Now, here's your check.
Thank you, sir, and a happy birthday.
Fine birthday. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, here comes your doctor.
Oh, yes. I might as well be nice to him and say goodbye. Oh, doctor.
Yes?
I'm checking out, and I just want to say goodbye to you.
Goodbye, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
Oh, I have. It was very pleasant.
I'd like to walk out to the car with you, but I've got to rush upstairs and see Jack Benny. He hurt his leg.
Well, listen, Doctor, if you knock on Mr. Benny's door and he says, come in, drop the conversation. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Jack, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, hurry up, Mr. Benny.
I'm coming. Be right with you.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You're wanted on the telephone. You can take it right here.
Thank you. Who would be calling me here? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your father in Miami Beach. It's a birthday greeting.
Oh, a singing telegram from Dad, eh? Well, that's cute. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, 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 oh,
Look, that was
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell, really. Look, I've got to get away now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
The car is waiting for me.
Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, really.
Happy day, happy day, happy day, happy birthday, Lord Benny.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome everywhere.
Well, I'll be darned.
Come on, Jack, hurry up.
I'm coming.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, when we told you about Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip, we really started something. Letters have been coming in every day telling us how much folks have enjoyed this new Jell-O dessert. In fact, it's proved such a big hit that we've decided to give you this swell, easy recipe again for those of you who may have missed it the first time. Here's how it goes. Take 1 package each of orange Jell-O and Jell-O vanilla pudding and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the orange Jell-O and whip it as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jell-O vanilla pudding and add to the whipped Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and you have a grand, inexpensive treat, simply ideal for parties and special occasions. So, friends, be sure to try this intriguing new combination of golden orange Jell-O and creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding. It's really different, really delicious, really top.
Well, folks, we're on our way home now. This is the last number of the 21st program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time from Hollywood, California. You know, Mary, it was thrilling being up in Yosemite, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was swell.
What are you laughing at?
I'll never forget the expression on your face when you crashed into the ski house.
Boy, that was fun. Quiet, Dennis. Good night, folks.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment. The famous Jell-O Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with San Diego Serenade. One of the most significant things about Jell-O, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that not only do many, many people serve Jell-O, but they serve it often. And the reason they serve it so frequently is because Jell-O does suggest itself for so many different occasions. For example, Jell-O is the first dessert you think of when you're pressed for time and want a quick yet delightful treat. Jell-O is the dessert you think of when there's a party to be planned because it's so colorful and swell tasting. And you turn to Jell-O when you want a luscious treat that's pleasantly inexpensive. Jell-O, with its rich, glowing colors and its unsurpassed flavor, is the ideal answer to every dessert situation. So order a supply from your grocer tomorrow, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And by the way, strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O now have a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a distinctive goodness that you definitely do not want to miss. Try a glistening mold of rich, tempting Jell-O tomorrow. Serenade played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last Friday the 14th, which was Valentine's Day, was also the birthday of our master of ceremonies, Jack Benny, who was exactly...
Yes, sir.
...years of age. So tonight we would like to reenact the events which occurred at Jack's house Friday evening. It was about 7 p.m., and a little group consisting of Jack, Mr. Billingsley, the boarder, and Mary, who had been dropped by to go to a movie, were seated around the dinner table. Let us eavesdrop, shall we?
Oh, boy, there's nothing like eating at home, I always say. Mary, pass some of those extra fancy, solid pack stewed tomatoes. Will you?
Oh, stop building them up.
Well, they're delicious. Take some more.
I'm tired of tomatoes. Where's the meat?
It's coming. Rochester, I'm taking Miss Livingston to a movie. So will you please hurry with that extra choice, Eastern cut, prime ribs of beef?
You mean that dinky little pot roast?
Never mind, bring it in.
It's a pretty tough meat. It's a pretty tough piece of meat, boss. I don't know if it's done yet.
Well, stick a fork in it.
I did, and I can't get it out.
Well, bring it in anyway.
Okay.
Say, Mary, aren't these nice dishes? Lovely pattern, isn't it?
Yeah. Is this a set you won at the Beverly Theater?
All but the soup tureen. I got that at the Oriental. Gee, these tomatoes are good.
They're not seasoned enough. Pass me that salt shaker you won at Ocean Park.
Here you are. And that wise guy said I couldn't break those balloons. How are you enjoying your dinner, Mr. Billingsley?
Just fine, thank you.
Good.
This watercress is delicious.
Those are ferns, Mr. Billingsley. You're eating the centerpiece there.
Say, Jack.
What?
Why is Mr. Billingsley wearing that fife and drum around his neck?
That fife and drum?
Yeah.
Well, that's my fault. I told him we were having Yankee pot roast tonight. Oh, by the way, Mr. Billingsley, Miss Livingston and I are going to see a movie after dinner. Would you care to join us?
No, thank you. I'm going to stay home tonight and get stiff.
Get stiff? I thought you didn't drink anymore.
I don't. I'm going to sit in the icebox.
Oh, I see.
Here you are, folks. Make way for the pot roast.
That smells good. Did you get the fork out of it, Rochester?
Only the handle.
You mean the prongs are still in the meat?
Don't worry, boss. I put a Band-Aid there so you won't bite into them.
That's very thoughtful of you. What do you want, Mary? A rare piece or an outside cut?
Give me the Band-Aid. That looks tender.
You watch out or you won't get any. Rochester, hand me the pot roast.
Here you are.
You think that's... Whoa! Whoa, my finger!
The plate's kind of hot, boss.
Well, it's a fine time to tell me. Never saw such a careless... Now, where the heck is the pot roast?
There it is, up on the chandelier.
On the chandelier? Well, I'll be darned.
It's dripping on my drum.
Well, move over a little. Rochester, you're so clumsy. Now go out in the kitchen and fix up a few cold cuts. We got to eat something.
Let's take some oranges and knock down the pot roast.
You can get a ladder and take it down later. Now bring in the cold cuts.
How would you like some genuine, boneless, skinless, imported Norwegian sardines?
Packed in virgin olive oil. Bring them in, Rochester. Now, Mary, while we're waiting, have some more stewed tomatoes.
A fine meal.
Well, they're very good for you. They'll make you strong.
I'm strong enough now to walk to a restaurant.
Well, if you don't like the tomatoes, don't eat them.
Will you pass the bread, please?
Here you are, Mr. Billingsley. Would you like some butter, too?
I've never been there, but I hear it's lovely.
Yes. Yeah. What? Gee, that doesn't make any sense at all. Say, Mary, I've got an idea. Why don't we go to the movie and then eat later?
Oh, Jack, I don't want to see Love Thy Neighbor again. Getting so now, I can't even laugh at your love scene with Mary Martin.
You're not supposed to laugh at that. Hey, Rochester, we're going to a movie, so never mind those sardines.
I already opened them.
Oh. Well, you can eat them.
I made some fried chicken for myself.
What? Rochester, this is only Friday, and I told you we're not having that chicken until Sunday. I'm having some people over at the house.
The way it's been raining lately, the house might not be here Sunday.
Oh, don't be so panicky. It is raining kind of hard, but it's nothing to worry about.
Then why did you build an ark?
I've got to have a hobby, don't I? Anyway, to hear you two talk, I think it was a regular flood or something.
Well, all I know is the milkman arrived on a surfboard this morning.
That's Mr. Kahanamoku. He's a Hawaiian. And another thing, I won't stand for anybody running down the California weather.
Quiet, or I'll stick my fork in your water wings.
You wouldn't dare. Sister. Now, come on, Mary. We're going to the movie.
Hey, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
There's a big crowd of people coming up the front steps.
A crowd of people?
Open up. Come on, open up in there.
What's going on here?
You'll find out. Come on in, fellas.
Surprise!
Well, a surprise birthday party. Don, Dennis, and Phil.
Come on, kids. 1, 2, for he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
Which nobody can deny. Gee whiz, fellas, I can't get over. Come on in and take your things off. Come on, everybody. Wipe your feet. Come on, come on. Fellas, I can't get over you guys surprising me like this. No kidding.
You didn't think we'd forget your birthday, did you, Jackson?
No, but gosh, all this fuss.
Well, believe me, Jack, you've been so darn nice to the whole gang, you're entitled to it.
Yeah, entitled.
Gee, I don't know what to say. I'm all choked up. This is really the last thing in the world I expected. You know, I was just sitting here getting ready to go to a movie, not even thinking about little me having a birthday party, and then you all barged in. Gee. Look, fellas, I'll just run down and see my picture and be back in 84 minutes.
Come back here.
Oh, yes, I'm so excited, Mary, I don't know what I'm talking about then.
Say, Mr. Benny, what's that up there on the chandelier?
A pot roast, Dennis. It's a long story. But don't worry about it, kid.
A pot roast on the chandelier, and he tells me not to worry.
Forget it, will you? I'll have Rochester take it down a few minutes and make sandwiches.
I just sent him to the store to buy some food.
Oh. Did you give him any money?
Uh-huh. I took $3 out of the sugar bowl.
Mary, the sugar bowl is for laundry. If you want to buy groceries, you take the money out of the cookie jar.
I tried to, and a cobra stuck his head out.
That's my East Indian burglar alarm. Say, Don, what's that you're hiding behind your back?
Well, Jack, Mary, Dennis, Phil, and myself all chipped in and bought you a birthday present. And believe me, Jack, it comes right from the heart.
A present? Doggone you guys. You'll have me bawling in a minute. You give it to me, I'll unwrap it.
Hold it, Jackson. A speech goes with this, and I'm going to make it.
Well.
Mr. Benny, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the Minneapolis Chamber of Commerce.
Minneapolis Chamber of Commerce?
I copied this out of a book. Forget that part.
Okay, go ahead.
It is with great pride, or make it pride.
Yeah,
it is
make
with
it
great
pride.
And pleasure that I and my fellow colleagues,
Holly, go ahead.
yes, present you with this beautiful gift as a token of our loyalty, devotion, and gastronomical appreciation. Here you are, Jackson. Here it is. Open it up.
Gee whiz, fellas, I know it's my birthday, but you shouldn't have gone to all this. Well, for heaven's sake, isn't that beautiful?
You like it, Jack?
Oh, boy, just what I needed. A bicycle pump. Gee, with a hose and all. Which one of you heels suggested this?
Well, we didn't know what to buy you, Jackson. You've got everything.
Everything but a bicycle pump. Now I've got that. Oh, well. Thanks anyway, fellas. I'll wear it in good health. Rochester, there's someone at the door.
I told you he went out for the groceries.
Oh, yes, I'll answer. Probably another telegram. I've been getting them all day long.
Hello, boss, it's me.
Rochester, you've got a key. Why make me open the door?
I just want to give you an idea what I go through.
Too bad about you. What'd you bring from the market?
Well, I got some limes and lemons and grape juice for the punch.
For the punch? Well, what are we going to have to eat?
Boss, with the punch I make, people have been known to go for days without eating.
Well, we still have to have food. And if you can't find anything in the kitchen, run next door to Mr. Ronald Coleman. This is the day his cook makes popovers.
Okay.
Say, fellas, we'll have something to eat in a little while. In the meantime, let's play games or something.
I'll call up some chorus girls. We'll play post office.
That's all we need, chorus girls and no food. Say, I'll tell you what, fellas. How about playing blind man's buff?
Oh, that sounds
All right, now look it. I'll be the blind man. Who's got a handkerchief?
Just take off your glasses and we're all set.
Oh, stop, will you? Have you got a handkerchief, Don?
Well, I know a better game, Jack. Let's play Jell-O.
Oh, fine. How do you play it?
Well, I'll take a lot of boxes of Jell-O and hide them all over the house.
Uh-huh.
And the first one that finds all 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime,
Yeah?
wins a $10 prize.
Say, that's a swell game.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Don. Who puts up the $10?
Well, Jack, it's your house.
There'll be no gambling on the premise. Blind man's buff, everybody. Come on. Blindfold me, somebody.
Take it easy, Jackson. The last time we played this game, it took us 2 hours to get your head out of the goldfish bowl.
Oh, that's right.
I know a swell game, Mr. Benny. It's called Clap Hands.
What's that?
Well, you folks sit down, I'll sing a song, and when it's all over, you all clap hands.
A fine game. It's a little dull, isn't it, Dennis?
It's better than getting your head caught in a goldfish bowl.
Well, maybe you're right. Sit down, everybody. Dennis is going to sing for us.
I want to play that game where I can win $10.
Well, go on a quiz program and don't bother us. Go ahead, Dennis. Sing something. Rochester, there's someone at the door.
Maybe it's me again.
Answer that door. Sing, Dennis. He's the laziest person I ever met.
Across the ocean wild and wide, to where your heart has ever been. Since first you were my bonny bride, my roses all have left your cheek. I've watched them fade away, and your voice is sad whene'er you speak, and tears bedim your loving eyes. Oh, I will take you back, Kathleen, to where your heart will feel no pain, and when the fields are fresh and green, I'll take you to your home
Swell game, Dennis. Let's do it again Sunday on the program. Who was at the door, Rochester?
It was a special delivery, boss. I gave it to Miss Livingston.
Oh. Did you give the boy a tip?
How could I? You keep the tip money in the glue pot.
Well, I would have reimbursed you later. What's the letter, Mary?
It's a comic Valentine from New York.
New York, eh? Well, I have a pretty good idea who it's from. What kind of a Valentine did Arsenic and Old Lace send me? Read it.
To a comedian.
Uh-huh.
Your eyes are blue, your hair is gray, and you're as dumb as Dennis Day.
That's very funny.
Yeah, very.
Wait till Alan gets the Valentine I sent him. Somebody at the door, Rochester.
How do you know I'm back from Mr. Coleman?
I see you standing there. Now stop eating those popovers and answer the door.
Okay. Doors. I'd like to get a job working in a barrel.
That's just silly. What could he do in a barrel? Always grumbling.
Hey, boss, look who's here.
Well, I'll be... Hey, fellas, look.
Hiya, Buck.
Andy! Andy Devine, we haven't seen you in 6 months. How did you happen to drop in?
Well, Buck, I heard it was your birthday, so I thought I'd come over and surprise you.
You certainly did.
How old are you, Buck?
Well, Andy, I'll never see 36 again.
Even on a clear day.
That's very cute, Andy. And where's my present?
Your present?
Yeah.
I got 2 of them, Buck. Ma sent you a jug of sweet cider,
Uh-huh.
and Pa sent you a jug of hard cider.
Well, look at that. 2 jugs. Which is which, Andy?
There goes Pa's.
Hey, look out. It's spilling all over the floor.
Quick, get me a sponge and a pillow.
Get away from there, Harris. What's the matter with you?
Say, Andy, you're putting on a little weight, aren't you?
Yeah, ain't we?
That's tell him, Andy. You're pretty sharp tonight.
Sit down at the table, everybody. The food's ready.
Take it easy. The plates are all fixed.
Gee, 2.5 sardines apiece.
And lots of popovers. Dig in, kids.
There's someone at the door, Rochester. I'm busy, boy. Answer that door.
Yes, and be quick about it. Well, Andy, I'm sure glad you dropped in. I had no idea that you'd remember my birthday. As a matter of fact, I didn't know.
Good evening. Come right in, Mr. Marshall.
Yikes! Holy smoke, it's Herbie.
Hello, everybody. Happy birthday, Jack.
Well, thanks. Well, my good gee whiz, Herbert Marshall at my house. Quick, Mary, phone Luella Parsons.
She'll never believe us.
Phone her anyway. Well, Bart, you're the last person in the world I expected to see on my birthday. You know, Mary and I were just... Oh, I'm sorry. This is Andy Devine.
How do you do, Mr. Devine?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Marshall. You want to buy a horse?
Andy, not now. Oh. Jeez, as I started to say, Bart, Mary and I were just sitting here, not even thinking of having company on my birthday.
Stop looking at the package in his hand.
I'm not looking at it.
Oh, yes, the package. Here you are, Jack. A little remembrance. Many happy returns, old boy.
A present for me? Gee, I feel like a darn fool. I didn't get a thing for you, you know.
This is your birthday, not Christmas.
Oh, yeah, what am I thinking of? Hey, Dennis, get Mr. Marshall a chair. Gee, I'm all thumbs opening this package.
Here's a chair for you, Hubert.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, I can't seem to get the string untied.
Stop shaking.
Well, I'm so anxious.
My name is Billingsley, Mr. Marshall.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Billingsley.
Mr. Billingsley, sit down, please. Darn this string. Gee, I'm trying to open this present. There, I got it. Well, thanks, Bart. Thanks a million. Hey, fellas, look. Look what he gave me. Look at these beautiful cufflinks. Cufflinks. Guys. Oh, look, God. Gee, 14 carats.
Cheapers, he looked already.
Well, they're beautiful. By the way, Bart, what's in that other box?
That's a gardenia. I brought it for Mary.
Well.
He's just like all the other fellas. He starts out with orchids, and now I'm down to a gardenia.
Quiet.
Very good, Mary.
Been better if she hadn't muffed it, Bart. I can't get over these cufflinks. Thanks again, Bart. Thanks.
I'm so glad you like my gift, Jack. You know, Jack, it's hard at the time to mention it, but I rather had the impression that you didn't like me.
I didn't like you? Why, Bart, what do you mean?
Well, I felt that you resented my taking over your program while you were in New York.
I resented me? Listen, fellas, did I ever say one word against this gentleman? Did I? You see, Bart, you're wrong. I regard you as one of my best friends.
Oh, you're full of complaints.
Mary, smell your gardenia. Well, Bart, won't you join us at the table?
Yeah, sit down, Herbie, and have some chow.
Thanks, I believe I will.
Here's a plate, Bart, all fish.
Well, 2.5 sardines and a biscuit.
Well, it's not much. I really must apologize.
Not at all. This is fun. It's like being shipwrecked.
Well, that's what we're having, a shipwreck party, you know? Yes, sir.
Won't you have some of this punch, Bart? It's very good.
Yes, have a cup, Bart.
My, what a beautiful punch bowl.
Yes, it is.
Ronnie Coleman's, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We're very dear friends, you know. Oh, Rochester, bring in Mr. Marshall some tea. Tea. You'd like some tea, wouldn't you, Bart?
Yes, thank you.
How would you like it, Bart, with lemon or with irradiated, homogenized vitamin D evaporated milk? You can have either one.
Well, Jack, I think I'll just have some extra juicy, sun-ripened lemon.
Oh, okay. Some tea with lemon, Rochester.
Very good, sir.
Well, Andy, you never thought you were going to meet Herbert Marshall at my house, did you?
Gosh, no. I feel like a darn fool with no shoes on.
Well, keep them under the table. Nobody'll notice it. Do you like the sardines, Bart?
They're delicious.
Oh, my goodness. Sardines and you haven't got a finger bowl. Oh, Rochester!
Yeah, boss!
Bring in the finger bowl.
We never had any.
Well, then bring in saucer. Bring them in. You'll have one in a minute, Bart.
By the way, Jack, what's that hanging up there on the chandelier?
That's a pot roast.
A pot roast on the chandelier?
Yes.
Weird custom, isn't it?
Oh, it's not a custom, it's an accident. You see, Bart, I know it sounds fantastic, but the pot roast bounced up there, you know?
Bounced?
Yeah. You see, here's exactly what happened. I was just having a quiet little dinner at home, not expecting anybody to drop in, and my man Rochester brought in this hot plate, see? Well, I didn't know it was hot, and I grabbed for it. You see, the pot roast was on the plate, see? And the minute my fingers touched it, I threw it up in the air. Well, that's how it happened. It sounds silly, but that's the whole story.
When you send in 10 cents for the new desserts recipe book, what does it buy you? Well, just listen to this. And remember, for just one single solitary dime, too. You get 365 different suggestions and recipes for all kinds of grand, tempting desserts. That's a new dessert for every day, right straight through the whole year. There are ideas for simple family desserts, special party treats, desserts for holidays, desserts for all occasions, big and small. And they've arranged this big 48-page book in such a clever, original way that you can turn right to the dessert idea you want in 5 seconds or less. The moment you lay eyes on it, you'll say it's the smartest way to design a recipe book that anybody ever thought of. And you'll also say it's the most beautiful book of its kind ever printed. Pictures? Say, you never saw so many lovely paintings and color photographs in your life. But get the book and see for yourself. Place a dime in coin or stamps in an envelope and send your name and address and mail it to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's right, just 10 cents, and the address is Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Do it tonight.
the last number of the 20th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Palm Springs, California.
Palm Springs?
Yes, sir. We're all going to have a little vacation. Say, Bart, would you like to come to Palm Springs with us?
I don't think I'll be able to, Jack. I'm making a picture, you know.
Oh. Well, if you can possibly make it, look us up. We'll be staying at the Cactus Blossom Auto Court. Good night, folks.
K-E-L-L-O.
S-A-N-K-A, Sanka. That's the name to write in your memory book, ladies and gentlemen. S-A-N-K-A, Sanka. That's the name to say to your grocer, because Sanka is real coffee.
It has a rich, delectable flavor.
And it protects sleep, because it never prevents sleep. It's had the sleep-disturbing caffeine removed, so anybody can drink delicious Sanka coffee and sleep. Sanka Coffee presents We the People over another network every Tuesday night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Marine's Hymn.
Jell-O spells grand enjoyment, friends, whether you find it on a box of Jell-O or on a package of those other wonderful dessert flavors. Jell-O pudding. Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings, you know, are made by the makers of Jell-O. And like Jell-O, they're easy to prepare, thrifty to serve, and delightfully good. They give you all the mellow richness of homemade pudding, the tempting old-fashioned goodness of Grandma's creamy masterpiece. Yet how much less time and trouble they take to make. You can make such a variety of desserts, too, with Jell-O puddings. Butterscotch pie, for instance. All you do is prepare a package of Jell-O butterscotch pudding according to directions. Then cook, cool, and turn into a baked 8-inch pie shell. Serve plain or garnish with whipped cream. And you'll say you've never made an easier butterscotch pie or tasted one more delicious. So get a package of Jell-O butterscotch pudding and make the family this rich golden butterscotch pie for tomorrow night's dinner. In pie or in pudding, you'll find Jell-O butterscotch pudding a swell treat. Just like Grandma's, only more so.
That was Marine's Hymn, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, February 14th, was not only Valentine's Day, but also the birthday of Jack Benny, who was exactly years of age. So, let us show you what happened. The time, 7 o'clock last night. The place, Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants, my mama done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you...
Gee, it's my birthday, and I don't know what to do tonight.
Why don't you go to a movie, boss?
That's an idea. Let's see. I'll look in the paper and see what's playing around.
A woman will sweet talk and give you a big eye. But when the sweet talking's done...
Maybe there's a bank night someplace. No, not on Saturday. Now, let's see.
A woman's a two-faced, worrisome thing to leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Gosh, I don't know where to go. Now the rains are falling here, the train a calling, woo-wee.
My mama done told me.
Here, that lonesome Say, here's a movie I could see. I could see Ball of Fire.
Yeah, Miss Barbara Stanley's in that.
Oh, yes. I saw her in the Brown Derby today, and she walked right by me. Well, what other picture can I see? Hear that lonesome whistle blowing across the trestle.
Hoo-wee!
My mama done told... Oh, here's Ida Lupino in Ladies in Retirement. No, she never speaks to me either. Now, what else?
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. What a hit I used to be in that town. Boy.
Wherever the four winds blow.
Very good, Rochester. I wish Johnny Mercer could have heard that. Now sing Rose O'Day.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester, I said sing Rose O'Day.
Well, Mr. Benny, if you're in the mood for entertainment, why don't you turn on the radio?
The radio's out of commission.
Did you kick the tubes out of that thing again?
Well?
What a temper you got. Every time Mr. Allen has a funny program, crash, bang, zowie.
Listen, Rochester, Fred Allen hasn't had a funny program since the night his pants fell down and he had Portland's underwear on. They live in a very dark room, you know. Oh, say, here's a swell double feature tonight at the Bijou. Gary Cooper and Sergeant York, and Jack Benny and Charlie's Aunt. I think I'll go there.
But, Mr. Benny, you've seen Charlie's Aunt over 20 times.
I've never seen it at the Bijou. I might as well take a girl along with me. Give me my little red book, Rochester.
The one Mr. Harris sold you when he got married?
No, my red book. The one I've always had.
Oh, the thin one.
Never mind the book, Rochester. I know who I'll call. She'd like to go to a movie.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, they love me there.
Wherever the four winds blow. I've been in some...
Hold it, Rochester. Hello? LaBelle Tour Apartments? I'd like to speak to Miss Scheherazade Crump. Yes, please. I've been in some big rooms and her... Hello? Hello, Scheher? This is Jack. Jack Benny, Blue Eyes. Say, honey, how would you like to see Gary Cooper and Sergeant York tonight? The other feature, Charlie's Aunt. Okay, some other time. So long, Scheher. I don't blame her. She's seen it so often, you know. Oh, well, I'll go to a movie alone.
On your birthday, boss? Why don't you call that girl you took roller skating last week?
Oh, yes, Thelma Stronach. She might be home now, yeah.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, I can still hear that applause.
Wherever the four winds blow.
Hold it. Hello? Say, Thelma, how'd you like to go to a movie tonight? Oh, goodbye.
Didn't she want to go, boss?
How do I know? A man answered. Oh, well, I'll think of somebody to take along. I wish I could remember some...
Say, Mr. Benny, look who's here.
Well, if it isn't little Miss Lee. Well. For heaven's sake. Hello, Carolyn.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Thank you, honey. Say, what have you got in that box?
Some candy for you, and I made it all by myself.
Oh, some candy, a present. Isn't that thoughtful? My, it's fudge, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to eat a piece right now.
It would taste better, but my mommy told me I mustn't use sugar.
Oh. Well, it certainly is delicious. Here, Rochester, have a piece.
It ain't my birthday.
Howard. Well, Carolyn, it sure is tasty. And, oh, look, here's a piece with a nut in it.
Where?
Right here, see?
Well, thank heaven, that's the eye I lost out of my dolly.
Oh, here, take it, Carolyn.
Thanks. Well, I
got to go home now. Goodbye, Jack.
Good night, sweetheart.
See you tomorrow.
Gee, she's a cute kid. She comes in every day. 7:30. Well, if I want to take a girl to a movie tonight, I'd better get going. Oh, I know. Why didn't I think of it before? Rochester, get me Miss Ginger Rogers home.
Miss Ginger Rogers?
Yes. Don't be so surprised. Never mind. I've got her number around here someplace. I'll find it. My mama done told me when I was in knee pain. My mama done told me son. Da-dee-da-da-da. Hello, is this Ginger Rogers' house? Good. I'd like to speak to Miss McGuire, please. Jack Benny calling. I said, Miss McGuire. Oh, she's not working there anymore? Oh, okay, goodbye. Guess she must have married that policeman. Well, I can scratch Ginger Rogers' name out of my book. I think I'll just stay home and read. Hand me that Radio Guide magazine, Rochester.
Here you are. Oh, by the way, boss, there's a story about you in there.
I know. I mean, there is? Well, let's see it. Say, Rochester, while I'm sitting here reading, you might as well give me a haircut. Then you won't have to do it tomorrow. Get the scissors and everything.
Right with you, boss.
Let's see. What page is that interview on? Oh, here it is. Jack Benny, The Real Him. Good title there.
All set, boss. Hold still.
Okay, don't take too much off the sides. Get a load of this, Rochester. Jack Benny, the sophisticated comedian, is in real life just an assuming country boy from Waukegan. That's me, all right. And this may come as a surprise to you readers, but Mr. Benny is so modest that he has yet to see himself on the screen. Well, Rochester. When interviewed at his Beverly Hills home, we found... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Many happy returns.
Thanks.
Well, for heaven's sake, what are you doing with that bowl on your head?
I'm getting a haircut. What do you think? Rochester, leave my sideburns long. I'm taking rumba lessons.
Oh, Jack, will you stop trying to look like Cesar Romero?
I'm not trying to look like my Romero. My goodness, just because I'm an unassuming country boy from Waukegan, I don't have to look like a hick.
Oh, you read that article, eh?
What article?
Right there in that magazine. Jack Benny, The Real Ham.
That's him. The Real Him. It's a pretty good story, but I don't know where they get those photographs of me. Get a load of this one. Look like I've got a double chin.
Well, you have got a double chin.
I have not.
And what's that hanging under your jaw, a cocoon?
No, it's not a cocoon. All I say is, woo, woo. Say, Rochester, woo. Rochester, there's something tickling me on top of my head. What is it?
Wait a minute, boss. Well, how could I ever be so careless?
What's wrong?
I left a goldfish in the bowl.
A goldfish? Well, get him out. Take the bowl off.
If I do that, I'll lose my place.
I don't care. Take this goldfish bowl off my head.
It's stuck, boss.
Stuck? Well, take the handle of the scissors and tap it a little.
Yes, sir.
Well, you did it. Are you happy?
Now, where'd that goldfish go?
Never mind the goldfish. Finish cutting my hair. I can't understand how that bowl got stuck.
I can. Every time you read an article about yourself, your head swells 2 inches.
That all depends on whether the article is good or bad, Miss Livingston.
Hurry up, Rochester. I want to go to a movie.
A movie? Oh, Rochester, will you please come in the other room? I want to talk to you a minute.
Yes, Miss Livingston.
What do you want to talk to him about?
Never mind. Look for the goldfish. I'll be right back. Now, Rochester, the gang's coming over here pretty soon, and we're going to throw a surprise party for Mr. Benny.
A surprise party?
Yes. Now, it's up to us to see that he stays right here in the house.
Oh, he won't go out tonight unless he gets a date.
And what am I worrying about? Come on, let's go back.
All right, Mitzi, if you gotta work, you gotta work. Goodbye. Oh, say, Mary, would you like to go to a movie tonight and see Gary Cooper and Sergeant York?
I saw that. What's the other feature?
Oh, I don't know. Let's take a chance.
I thought so.
Well, it's a swell double bill. Are you all through with my haircut, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, just put a little bay rum on so I'll smell sweet.
Uh-oh.
Rochester, what became of the bay rum?
The which?
The bay rum. Where is it?
Well, the bay is in San Francisco. I don't know what happened to the rum.
Oh, my goodness. I wish you wouldn't drink everything in this house. Well, I'm going to the movies even if I have to go alone.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Why don't you let me give you a manicure?
I don't want a manicure. I'm going to a movie. It's Saturday night, and I... Oh, hello, Dennis. What are you doing here?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Surprise, surprise.
Dennis!
Am I too early?
Dennis!
Surprise? What are you talking about?
Well, he's surprised because you've got long sideburns and you look just like Cesar Romero.
Oh, thanks, kid.
You're welcome. Gee, I nearly spilled the beans, didn't I?
Quiet!
What are you doing here anyway, kid?
Oh, nothing. Say, Mr. Benny, you and Abraham Lincoln both have the same birthday, don't you?
Well, not quite, Dennis. You see, my birthday is February the 14th, and Abe Lincoln's is February the 12th.
Yeah, Lincoln is 2 days older than Jack.
Mary, we weren't born in the same year. In fact, I barely remember him. Well, thanks again, Dennis.
Oh, say, that reminds me, Mr. Benny. You know what I'm going to sing on the program tomorrow?
What?
Jerome Kern's new song, Abe Lincoln Had Just One Country.
Well, that's very appropriate, Dennis. Well, so on, kids. I'm going to a movie.
Wait a minute. Don't you want to hear the song? Sing it for him, Dennis.
I can hear it tomorrow.
You'll hear it right now. Come on, Dennis.
Okay. I'm sure sorry I left the cat out of the B.A.G.
Dennis, will you please sing your song?
What's all the mystery about, for heaven's sake? Oh-ho! I think I get it. I smell an R.A.T.
Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln in times of stormy weather. Take a lesson from old Abe Lincoln. Let's face the storm together. Abe Lincoln had just one country and one banner to wave. One union of brave brothers when no brothers enslave others. We're still marching along with Lincoln with one banner to wave. This union was born in freedom, and this union must live in freedom, and this freedom is worth saving and worth fighting to save. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching, still marching along with Lincoln, with one banner to wave. This union was born in freedom, and this union must live in freedom, and this freedom is worth saving and worth fighting to save.
Well, Dennis, that was positively thrilling. Well, if I'm going to a movie, I might as well get started. Or maybe I should stay at home in case anybody drops in.
Yeah, let's stay here and play bridge.
I don't feel like bridge. What else can we play?
Might I suggest a few rubbers of ivory gin rummy?
Rochester, put those dice back in your pocket.
Let's go to a picture, Mr. Benny. Come on.
I am not going to leave the house until the gang gets here and surprises me. So there.
Well, you see, Dennis, you spoiled everything.
Oh, yeah, I was wise.
Well, then there's no use keeping it a secret. The gang will be here in a few minutes and bring you a present.
Oh, a birthday present, eh? Well.
Say, Rochester, go out in the kitchen and fix up a big tray of sandwiches.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you cut one slice of bread. Listen, Mary, when your friends give you a surprise party, they're supposed to bring the food. Now, do it right. Gonna do it tall.
Well, don't worry. We bought cold cuts, cheese, bread, and lots of stuff.
Oh.
And here's a nickel. We may need water for coffee.
The coffee I'll furnish. And I'll also contribute some homemade fudge. All I say is that...
Hey, Jack, look who's here.
Oh, yes, it's Mr. Billingsley playing soldier again. Company! Oh! Well, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Benny. Still up and about, I see.
Yes, I didn't feel like going to bed.
I'm a little disappointed in you. I blew taps over an hour ago.
Yes, I know, but you see, some visitors dropped in, and we...
Visitors, eh? May I see their passes?
Oh, they're on our side, Mr. Billingsley. They know the password and everything. Give them the password, Mary.
I am not going to bray like a jackass for anybody.
All right, I'll do it for you. Hee-haw.
Pass, friend.
Say, Mr. Billingsley, I notice you're wearing a sun helmet. Are you headed for the tropics?
No, I'm eating at Chasen's tonight.
Good. Well, see you later, Mr. Billingsley. Good night.
Good night. Company, forward, dance.
Dance? Well, there he goes.
Some soldier is carrying a flit gun.
It works out, Mary. To him, morgues are airplanes. But it keeps him busy. You know, one thing about Mr. Billingsley... Hey, that must be the gang now.
Now, for heaven's sake, Jack, don't spoil it. Act surprised.
Don't worry, I'm an actor. Say, I wonder who that is. Come in! And the orchestra boys! Well! Oh, my goodness, what is this? What's going on here?
It's a surprise party for you, Jack. Yeah, Jackson, a surprise party for our good old boss.
For good old me? Gee, fellas, I don't know what to say. Here I was, just spending a quiet evening at home, never dreaming that...
Don't overdo it.
Never dreaming that you fellas were going to throw a surprise party. Just for me.
Shall we give him his present now, Don?
No, let's give it to him later.
Give it to me now while I'm sentimental. Hand it over.
Not so fast, Jackson. A speech goes with this. Take it, Don.
Speech. Where's the present?
Jack, on behalf of Mary, Phil, Dennis, Rochester, and myself...
Yes.
And all the boys in the band, Frankie, Charlie, Mitch, Sam, Skippy,
Look,
Fletcher,
you don't have to name them. Look, I know the boys.
And on behalf of Jell-O and those delicious flavors...
This I can't stop.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, I would like to present you with this lovely token of our esteem and affection.
Well.
Here you are, Jackson. Open it up. We hope you like it.
Oh, boy. Gee, here I was sitting at home, never dreaming that... Oh, for Pete's sake. Oh, fellas, you shouldn't have done it.
You like it, Jack?
Like it? Why, it's just what I needed.
What is it, boss?
A can of crab meat. And the big size, too. You know, that stuff is hard to get nowadays. Oh, Rochester, get the can opener and we'll taste it.
There's a can opener with it.
Oh, well, wonders never cease. Crab meat.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's have some fun.
Yeah, for I'm a jolly good fellow. I'm a jolly good fellow. Oh, someone at the door. Come in. Come in. Well, it's a Western Union boy. Hello there.
Hello, stranger.
Well, Slapperman, this is a surprise I didn't figure on. What's the idea of wearing a Western Union uniform?
Quiet. I told my wife I'm drafted.
Oh, well, what's this all about, Slap? Have you got a message for me?
Have I got a message? A singing telegram delivered in person by Bing Slapperman.
Bing, eh?
With him it's horses. With me it's a bicycle.
Well, let's have the greeting, Slap. Go ahead.
All righty. Hit it, boys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, sabotage, huh? Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
That was wonderful, Slap, wonderful. Now, stick around. We're all going to have some fun.
Bring the sandwiches, Rochester.
Yeah, first we'll eat, and then we'll woo, woo, and then we'll woo, woo, woo.
Jack, what's the matter with you?
I found that goldfish that went down my back. Woo, woo, grab it. Darn you, Rochester, the next time you give me a hair, woo, woo, watch out what you're doing.
And here's something every dessert lover will certainly be interested in hearing about.
Lots of folks are discovering how much richer, how much more delicious Jell-O is today than it's ever been before. Never in all the years since it became America's favorite gelatin dessert has Jell-O been so gloriously good. And it's all because of Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. By means of a marvelous process exclusive with Jell-O, Jell-O locks its famous flavor right into the tiny Jell-O particles, protects it for your enjoyment, gives every dessert you make with it a livelier, extra goodness. As much as you've liked Jell-O before, you'll like it even more now that Jell-O's swell, intriguing flavor is actually locked in. For here's Jell-O at its delicious best. The same Jell-O you've always known and loved, but better, richer, more of a tempting treat than ever, thanks to Jell-O's locked-in flavor. Prove for yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. Yet the moment you dissolve those tiny Jell-O particles, out pours their captive flavor in a rush of richness. So treat yourself and your family to the thrill of Jell-O's new and greater goodness. Order several packages of Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow and see if you don't agree that Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O better than ever.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday at the same time, broadcasting from the U.S. Army Post at the Presidio in San Francisco. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O Show is written by Bill Morrow and Eddie Boulogne.
Tomorrow when you order Jell-O, be sure to order Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are rich, luscious puddings that you make with milk. And they come in 3 swell flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, delightfully smooth and mellow, a pudding that simply tops for grand creamy taste, with a distinctive chocolate flavor developed exclusively for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. So tomorrow when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings. They're just like Grandma's only more so. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
The Jack Benny Program.
American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in the cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's one thing you can be sure of always.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, men who really know tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Friday, February 14th, was Jack Benny's birthday. Jack celebrated the occasion with a dinner party at his home. So let's go back to Friday and out to Beverly Hills, where we find Mary and Rochester helping out.
Rochester, is Mr. Benny still upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
And they say women take a long time to get dressed. He's been up there 2 hours already.
Well, with Mr. Benny's physique, dressing isn't so simple.
What do you mean?
By the time he pulls in what sticks out and pans out what sinks in, it's a new day manana.
Well, he ought to be down pretty soon. Now, let's see. The table's all set. Oh, by the way, Rochester, you going to serve hors d'oeuvres?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, that reminds me. I'd better take the caviar out of the refrigerator.
Caviar? Did Mr. Benny buy caviar?
Well, yes, indirectly.
What do you mean indirectly?
Well, once a week we have fish for dinner.
Uh-huh.
And before I go to the market, Mr. Benny tells me to pick out a sturgeon with that maternal look.
Well, Mary, I'm all dressed. How's everything going?
Oh, fine, Jack. And while you were dressing, these telegrams came. I already opened them.
You did? Well, read them to me.
Okay. Dear Jack, sorry I won't be able to attend your birthday party as I have a touch of flu. Signed, Jane Wyman.
Too bad.
Here's another. Dear Jack, sorry I won't be able to attend your birthday party as I have a touch of grip. Signed, Claudette Colbert.
Gee.
Oh, here's another. Dear Jack, sorry I won't be able to attend your birthday party as I have a touch of distemper. Signed, Lassie.
Well, then we can leave the bone in the soup. Is that all?
No, there's one more. Oh, this one's from Leo DeRocha.
Oh, Leo, huh?
Yeah, he says, Dear Jack, I'm sorry I can't bring my wife to your birthday party as I'm a single man in California.
Gee, that's a shame. Anyway, I'm sure the party will be a success. I'm having Isaac Stern and Mr. and Mrs. Coleman. Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm putting the champagne labels on the 7-Up.
I'm not serving that tonight. I'm having still wine. Which do you think would be better, Mary, red or white wine?
Oh, I don't know. What are you having for your meat course?
Oh, I'm having a Mance de Boeuf, Bordeaux sauté.
What's that?
Hamburger.
We're not having it as patties. We're having it as meatballs. And, Rochester, when it's time to serve the meatballs, do it with a spoon. I mean, don't put 3 holes in them and roll them down the center of the table. Now, Mary, after everybody arrives, I wonder who that can be. Much too early for any of the guests. I'll get it.
How do you do, Mr. Benny? My name's Brown. I represent the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company. May I come in for just a minute? Thank you.
Look,
This is my assistant, Joe Davidson.
Oh, glad to know you.
That goes double.
Now, look, fellas.
Now, Mr. Benny, as you are one of the leading citizens of Beverly Hills, we have selected you as the man who should have our first post-war demonstration given by the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company.
Well, that's very nice,
We
but
plan to show you beyond a shadow of a doubt the superiority of our product over every other competitor in the field. What about it, Joe? That goes double.
Look.
The purpose of our visit is to come into your home and put on a dinner the like of which no king has ever eaten.
Look, gentlemen, I'd like to talk to you about this some other time. You see, today is my birthday, and I'm having some guests over for dinner.
Did you hear that, Joe? What a coincidence. Mr. Benny, in 1 hour, we can have ready for you a complete 7-course dinner. A prime rib roast, baked Idaho potatoes, carrots, peas, and everything to go with it.
You'd fix all that for me? What will it cost?
Not a dime, Mr. Benny, not a dime. This dinner is put on absolutely free through the courtesy of the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Quiet, Mary. Fellas, what do you get out of it?
Mr. Benny, after you have tasted food that's been cooked in a Lifetime Pot, Pan, or Kettle, you'll never want to be without them. Isn't that right, Joe?
That goes double.
Mary.
I answered for Joe. He fell asleep.
Oh. Well, Mary, what do you think about it?
Oh, Jack, you can't do a thing like this. You're having important guests like Isaac Stern, one of the world's greatest violinists, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
There's nothing to worry about. We drive our truck around to the back door, we prepare and cook the food in your kitchen, and your butler will serve it.
You see, Mary, there's nothing to it. Go ahead, fellas. The kitchen is yours.
Good. Mr. Benny, you're a man with a head on your shoulders. That goes double. What? Come on, Joe. We got a job to do.
Say, you know, Mary, this is going to...
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mary, what are you worried about? We'll be getting the best food possible, and nobody will know. After all, nothing's too good for the Colemans. They're probably getting dressed for my birthday party right now.
Oh, Ronnie, are you ready yet?
In a moment, Benita.
Doing?
I'm just looking through this medical book. Let's see. Arthritis, asthma, athlete's foot, blisters, beriberi, croup, colic, erysipelas, fever, gout, goiter, gangrene.
Oh, darling, we've used all those excuses. This time we'll have to go.
Yes, I guess we'll have... Oh, wait a minute, wait. Here's one I overlooked. Distemper. No, knowing Benny's friends, one of them must have used that. By the way, Benita, what birthday is Benny celebrating?
He's 38.
38? 38, indeed. Imagine him saying he's only 2 years older than I am.
Let's stop wasting time and get ready. They're expecting us. I told Mr. Benny we'd be there early.
You saw Benny today?
Yes. He dropped over here. You remember about 2 weeks ago he borrowed your fountain pen?
Oh, so he finally returned it.
No, he came over to fill it.
Imagine that. When we go on our vacation, we ought to leave a bottle of ink at the back door.
We did that last year, and that Harris fellow drank it. Come on, Ronnie, come on. Put on your tie.
All right. Oh, what a wasted evening this will be. Wish I could stay at home and listen to some good music. By the way, you know that new record I bought? I almost know it by heart.
Really? How does it go?
Open the door, Richard. Richard, open that door. Come on, darling, help me out. Rap on the table.
Oh, Stop being so silly and get dressed.
All right. You know, as long as we're going to Benny's party, I think I ought to change my shirt.
What's wrong with the one you have on?
It's clean.
Then why change it?
My dear, have you ever seen Benny eat soup?
Soup?
He puts a spoon in each hand and goes after it like a mix master. All right, darling, let's go.
We must try and be pleasant. I do hope you remember Mr. Benny's friends. Let's run over them once more. Who is Don Wilson?
He's the fat one.
And Phil Harris?
The one with the blue lips.
Oh, yes. The ink was indelible. Now, Dennis Day.
Oh, he's the silly one.
That's right. And Mary Livingston?
She's the normal one.
Good.
How she ever got mixed up with that bunch of schlemiels, I'll never know.
Come on, Ronnie. Come on. We mustn't keep them waiting any longer. Jack! Oh, Jack!
What is it, Mary?
John, Phil, and Dennis just arrived.
Oh, hello, fellas. Welcome to my birthday party.
Hiya, Jackson. Many happy returns.
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, I'm glad you all got here early, kids. And don't forget, Dennis, you're going to sing Happy Birthday to me, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
No,
birthday.
not now. Not now. I'll tell you when.
Oh.
Now, come on in the other room. Phil! Phil, I can hardly believe my eyes.
What's the matter, Jackson?
The way you're dressed. Patent leather shoes, white tie and tails.
Yeah, get a load of these white gloves and that chain over my arm.
Yeah, but Phil, where'd you get that black eye?
I never should have passed that pool room dressed like this.
Well, anyway, Phil, you do look nice.
Shall I serve the cocktails now, Mr. Benny?
Not yet, Rochester. We'll wait until Don, don't mess around the table. We got everything set just right.
I was just admiring it, Jack. It looks wonderful. But what's the idea of having that bed sheet over those 4 chairs?
Those aren't 4 chairs.
What?
That's a bench we lifted from the bus stop.
Jack, you did
Mary, it's only for a little while. And anyway, kids, we're going to have a fine dinner and lots of fun. Well, Dennis.
Huh?
I noticed you brought a little package to my birthday party.
Uh-huh.
Ah, Dennis, you don't have to blush. Come on, open it up.
Not till we get to the table.
What is it?
My lunch.
After all, it is my birthday. It seems that somebody could have brought me something.
Jack, I brought you something. Look, a birthday cake.
Huh? Well, isn't that beautiful? A birthday cake with 38 Lucky Strike cigarettes on it. Isn't that wonderful? Don, what's the cake made out of?
It's made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
No, Don.
They're so
the cake.
round, so firm, so full.
Don, I know about the Lucky Strike. I mean, how about the cake?
No, thanks. I'm on a diet.
Oh. Anyway, it's nice of you to put 38 cigarettes on it.
Say, Jackson, who are you trying to kid with that 38 stuff? You're a lot older than I am, and I'm 35.
Happy birthday to you.
Dennis,
Happy
quiet.
birthday.
What'd you say, Phil?
I said that I'm 35 years old, and I don't even show it.
What are you talking about? You've been studying music for over 35 years.
He doesn't show that either.
I agree with you. 35. When is your birthday, Phil?
Well, I was born April the 21st. That comes under the sign of Taurus, the bull.
What does that mean?
People born under Taurus are usually handsome, popular, and have nice, stable manners. Oh, Harris, with material like this, you better make money fast, kid.
You're not kidding. Taurus, the bull. Mary, what were you born under?
Elsie the cow.
Elsie the cow?
It happened in a boarding house. Oh, Olivia, to think your sister Babe nearly took your job away from you.
Mary, another joke like that, and you'll be asking Babe for her autograph. And this is nothing to kid about. The zodiac is a very interesting subject.
It most certainly is, Jack. You know, I was born under the sign of Leo, the lion.
You were? Dennis, what sign were you born under?
A picket sign. My mother was out on strike.
Now, Dennis, stop being silly. And that goes for all of you. And now watch it tonight, will you, kid? You know, I'm having some very important people.
Who's all going to be there, Jackson?
Only a world-famous violinist, Isaac Stern, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman? Gee, I like the way he talks.
If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
Dennis, you sounded just like him. That was very good.
Thank you, Benita.
All right, Dennis, all right, that's enough. Now, kid, remember what I told you. Rochester, see who's at the door, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman.
Good evening.
Hello, Manchester.
May I check your wraps, Mrs. Coleman?
Oh, I didn't wear any. It's so warm out.
How about your hat, Mr. Coleman?
No, I didn't bother with a hat living so close.
Oh, well, would you like $1 worth of nickels?
Nickels?
I think the slot machine's about ready to pay off.
Why, Ronnie, Benita, welcome to my birthday party.
Well, congratulations, Jack.
Many happy returns.
Thank you. Come on in the other room. You know my associate.
Well, if it ain't the kid from Shangri-La. Hello, Ronnie. What do you hear from the High Lama, bud?
Phil, the party just started. Control yourself. Here's Mary and Don Wilson.
It's nice to see you again.
Hello, Mr. and Miss Coleman.
Hello.
Well, Ronnie, you don't know how happy I am that you and Benita came to my party.
It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
Well, what's that? Do I hear an echo?
What's that? Do I hear an echo?
Dennis, cut that out!
Yes, Benita, darling.
You know, Ronnie, Ronnie, you'll have to excuse Dennis. He always likes to imitate famous people. It's amazing, but sometimes it can be embarrassing.
Mrs. Coleman, here, have a piece of Jack's birthday cake. Oh, thank you.
Yes, and here's an ashtray. I mean, a fork. It's very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Isaac Stern.
Well, Mr. Stern, I'm sure glad you got here. Come on in and sit down.
Thank you. I'm so tired of standing.
Standing?
Yes, somebody lifted the bench from the bus stop.
Oh.
If that sheet's got a hole in it, we're dead.
Quiet, Rochester. Mr. Stern, you know my gang, Mary, Phil, and Don.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Hi. I don't believe you've met Dennis. Dennis, this is Mr. Isaac Stern.
How do you do, Dennis? I've listened to you many times on the air, and I've enjoyed your singing very much.
Dennis, a man paid you a compliment.
Huh?
Say something.
Happy birthday to
No.
you. Happy birthday.
Dennis, no, not yet. See, Isaac, he's a little excited because it's my birthday. And now, Mr. Stern, I want you to meet two very charming people. They're very, very close friends of mine. In fact, we're neighbors. Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, this is indeed an unexpected privilege.
Thank you. I feel the same way. In fact, had we known you were going to be here, we wouldn't have hesitated about coming. I mean, we would have come earlier.
Yes.
Mr. Stern, we haven't seen you since your last concert at the Los Angeles Philharmonic. And it was really thrilling.
Yes, it was really wonderful.
Mr. Coleman and I were there that same evening, and we were simply carried away.
Yes, Mr. Stern, I particularly liked the way you played the Mendelssohn Concerto. I never heard anyone else do the Allegro so molto appassionato.
Well, I think that particular movement called for molto appassionato rather than a more reserved approach.
Well, I thought...
Oh, shut
Mary, that's no way to talk to Mr. Stern. Mr. Stern, I thought that the Mendelssohn Concerto could be played molto appassionato or allegro con moto. I mean, it could go either way, like a Studebaker.
One has a moto in the front and the other has a moto in the back.
Mary, we're having a serious discussion. Now, Mr. Moto. Mr. Sterno. Mr. Stern. Mr. Stern, I've heard some violinists play the Mendelssohn Concerto molto appassionato and others play it andante.
Well, Mr. Benny, that has been a controversial subject.
I see.
Mr. Harris, as a colleague and a fellow musician, what do you think?
Look, Bob, don't let this monkey suit I'm wearing fool you.
Phil, please.
Oh, Mr. Benny, dinner will be served in a few minutes.
Thank you, Rochester. And don't forget to serve the caviar first.
No caviar tonight, boss.
Why?
That sturgeon's name was Louis, not Louise.
Oh, well, then we'll just have cocktails.
Mr. Stern, would you consider it an imposition if we asked you to play a number for us before dinner?
Oh, that would be wonderful.
I'd be happy to play for you. As a matter of fact, sheer coincidence, of course, I just happened to bring my violin and accompanist with me tonight.
My birthday, they could have at least asked me. I would have refused anyway.
Who's going to take that chance?
Never mind.
Is there any composition you'd care to hear in particular?
Mr. Stern, in your repertoire, do you happen to know Open the Door, Richard?
What?
Bonnie, how standing suggested to sing. Mr. Stern, there's one number I always love to hear on the violin. It's the Janowski Concerto.
Oh, that's my favorite number, too. How about it, Mr. Stern?
Oh, I'd be very happy to play that.
Mr. Stern, that was really excellent. John Garfield couldn't have played it better.
Jack, if you're referring to the picture Humoresque where John Garfield was a violinist, Mr. Stern did the playing.
Oh, yes, I should have known. Mr. Stern, it's wonderful how in pictures they can always get somebody to do something for somebody else. In Lost Weekend, Phil Harris did the drinking for Ray Milland. And for that, they gave him an Oscar.
With blue lips?
No, red eyes. And by the way, Ronnie, speaking of pictures, I saw the preview of your new one, the late George Apley, and it was simply wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Just recently I saw one of your pictures, too.
And which one?
The late horn blows at midnight.
Oh. When did you see it?
He went to the funeral.
Quiet. And now, folks, with a little encouragement, I'll be glad to play a violin solo.
Dinner is served.
Thank you, Manchester.
Well, as long as it's on the table, we might as well go in. Come on, everybody. Come on.
Hey, Jackson, this is the best grub you've ever had at your house.
Yes, Jack, I've never tasted such good food.
Yeah, what food? These things melt in your mouth.
Dennis, those are ice cubes. Anyway, I'm glad you're all enjoying it. After all, it's my birthday, and I thought I'd go all out.
You're not out a dime.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jack, this roast beef is simply delicious, isn't it, Benita?
Yes, I wonder if I'd get off for some more.
Certainly. There's more where that came from. Rochester, more roast beef, please.
Yes, sir. Anybody want more butter for their baked potatoes?
Yes. Bring in more butter.
Yes?
Put the sugar bowl in your pocket. It's ours.
Anybody want more bread, carrots, peas?
Ronnie, what are you doing?
Emptying the sugar out of the bowl.
Oh, you needn't bother. That's ours, too.
Mr. Stern, why don't you put down the violin and eat something?
I thought somebody might ask me for an encore.
Oh, we'll have that after dinner.
Benita, I think we've had Benny wrong all the time. This dinner is simply wonderful.
Now stop talking and let me eat.
Gee, I'm full.
Me too.
Oh, come on, don't stop. Now eat some more.
No, Jack, I couldn't eat another bite. And I'm not one to make speeches, but if I were king, love if I were king. I'm sorry. Jack, after this marvelous dinner, I want to tell you how much we appreciate your inviting us here.
My pleasure, I'm sure.
And Jack, this being your birthday, I want to take this opportunity of wishing you many, many happy returns.
Happy birthday, Jack.
Good luck.
Please. Well, my friends, I'm so happy that you could all be here tonight on my birthday. I'm glad you enjoyed the dinner. And I hope that next year...
All right, folks, you've all had a chance to taste the food. Now listen to me.
What?
This demonstration dinner was put on here tonight, free of charge, by the Lifetime Pot, Pan, and Kettle Company.
Wait a minute.
Quiet, Bob. Get that goes double.
Demonstration dinner.
The Lifetime Pot, Pan, or Kettle is
Look,
available
Mr.
in
Brown.
different sizes, ranging in price from $1.50 to $4.75.
Come on, Benito, let's get
No,
out of
you
here.
don't. Hey, Joe, lock the door.
Lock the door. Don't you dare.
This is an outrage. We're going.
Going? There's one like you at every demonstration. You broke yourself on free grub, then you want to leave. Don't lock the window.
Now, wait a minute.
I knew this
Now,
would
here's
happen.
an important fact about the Lifetime Kettle. It's stainless steel. It's sturdy. I'll show you.
Not on my head.
Come on, Benito, let's go.
Ronnie, Benito. Mr. Stern, you can't go. Don't go, please. Wait. Look, Mary, it wasn't my fault. Honest, kids, I didn't know this was going to happen. Really, you know I... Look, kids, answer me. Somebody say something.
Happy birthday to you.
These pots and pans are guaranteed for life. And make a wonderful birthday gift for you.
Yeah, happy birthday. Everything happens to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, savings bonds are vitally important to the nation's battle against price inflation and for the future and welfare of us all. It is important that we continue to build financial security for ourselves and for our children. Protect your future. Buy extra bonds now. Thank you. Mr. Isaac Stern was accompanied at the piano by Mr. Alexander Zakin. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here is my good friend, Mr. Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneers, remember LSMFT. American Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Here are the words of a man who's been an independent tobacco buyer for 29 years. Carl Hartfield of Greensburg, Kentucky, who said,
I can report what I've seen with my own eyes. At auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Good, ripe, prime leaf. Tobacco that's got real smoking quality. I've smoked Luckies for over 28 years.
Yes, season after season, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Hartfield can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I was never so embarrassed in my life.
It certainly was humiliating.
Yes.
And I had to play my violin yet. I tried to anyway.
What an evening. But you know, Benita, that was a delicious dinner. And I was just thinking, you know that little party we're giving next Saturday?
Yes.
Do you think those men would...
Ronnie, you wouldn't dare.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Front page news. In the nation's great tobacco markets, the famous Crosley poll has just finished asking independent tobacco experts, what cigarette do you smoke? Over 50% more named Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes, the impartial Crosley poll shows by a 50% margin over any other brand, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice. These experts are the independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen. The men who see who buys what tobacco at the auctions. And when independent tobacco experts like these name Lucky Strike first choice for personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
by a 50% margin over any other brand, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, February 14th, was St. Valentine's Day. It was also Jack Benny's birthday. So let's go back to yesterday. A lot of people are making preparations for the big event. We'll look in on some of them.
The regular meeting of the Beverly Hills Beavers will now come to order. The motion before the club is resolved. The Beavers will give Mr. Jack Benny a surprise birthday party. And for this purpose, we'll withdraw our entire treasury of $1.43. I second the motion, Stevie. Thank you, Joey. But call me Mr. President. No familiarity during meetings. Any questions? What is it, Cliff?
Well, I'm a new member of the Beavers, and I'd like to know who Jack Benny is.
Are you kidding? Don't you know who Jack Benny is?
No, who is he?
Who is Jack Benny? He's only the greatest fullback the Yale ever had. Yeah. And he quit football because he was afraid of hurting his hands, and that would stop him from playing the violin. That's right, Cliff. Mr. Benny's one of the world's greatest violinists.
Well, if he's the world's greatest violinist, how come I never heard of him?
Well, that's because he's so modest. He goes under the name of Yasha Heifetz.
Say, he sounds like quite a guy.
He sure is. Why, take the baseball uniforms we're wearing. Mr. Benny loaned us the money to get them. Yeah. And my father says that 4% is reasonable.
Well, since Mr. Benny's such a nice man, I vote that we give him the birthday party.
That makes it unanimous. Now, any other questions?
Yes, Mr. President. Are we going to invite any girls to the party?
Cliff, since you're a new member, I'll read you part of our bylaws. Bylaws of the Beverly Hills Beavers, Chapter 12, Rule 8, Clause D. If any beaver is ever seen with a member of the opposite sex, this means girls, he will be fined 7 cents, barred from holding office in this club, and will never be allowed to have custody of the club mascot, Blinky, our white mouse.
But I thought Blinky died last month.
We're still keeping him. Now, let's make out our invitation list. We'll invite all of Mr. Benny's friends.
Say, by the way, how old is Mr. Benny?
Today he's 39. And that proves how smart he is, too.
Why?
Well, he was in my uncle's class in school, and my uncle's 55. Well, look, let's all go over to Miss Livingston's house, and she'll give us a list of Mr. Benny's friends. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pauline, have you straightened out the living room?
Yes, Miss Livingston. Oh, won't Mr. Benny be surprised when he finds that you're giving him a birthday party?
He sure will. Tell me, Pauline, how does my new dress look?
Oh, it's lovely, ma'am. Only if I had nice legs like yours, I wouldn't hide him with such a long skirt. Men like pretty legs, you know.
Yeah, and to think for years I hid mine behind a counter at the May Company. But, you know, I'm not trying to be glamorous tonight. Phil and Don are married, Dennis is too young for me, and Mr. Benny is too old for me.
Oh, well, I'm surprised to hear you say that anyone is too young or too old for you.
Why?
Well, anything between the Boy Scouts and the Townsend Club is okay with me.
Why, right, Pauline. I didn't know you liked men so much.
Oh, I do, ma'am. Why, I like them so much that Well, you'd think me silly if I told you what my favorite dream has been for years.
No, I won't. Tell me, what is your favorite dream?
That I'm a Dixie cup in the Brooklyn Dodgers locker room.
Well, come on, Pauline. There's work to do.
Yes, ma'am. Say, would you please tell me one thing, Miss Livingston? Don't you ever go out with Mr. Benny, just the two of you alone?
Occasionally. I remember one very warm night last summer when Jack drove me up the top of Mulholland Drive.
Gee, how'd you make out?
Fine. I sold more good humors than he did. Now, Pauline, you set the table, and I'll...
Miss Livingston's residence. Just one moment, please. Miss Livingston, it's the baker. He wishes to talk to you.
Oh, good. Hello? Yes, I want the cake delivered as early as possible. How many candles? 39. That's right, 39 candles and arranged in the shape of a question mark. Okay, goodbye.
Say, Miss Livingston, how old is Mr. Benny really?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. See, Mr. Benny and I have an agreement that saves us both a lot of embarrassment.
An agreement?
Yes, I never tell anyone his age, and he never tells anyone my salary.
But Miss Livingston, if Mr. Benny paid you so little, how can you afford this nice apartment and all your nice clothes and everything?
My mother writes for Bob Hope. Pauline, have you arranged the place card?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you order the food?
Yes. Since you're serving buffet style, I ordered a turkey, a roast beef, and 2 hams.
Well, that takes care of Don Wilson. What about the rest of the people?
Oh, Miss Livingston.
Well, I better get over the invitation list and start calling. Gee, I've been trying to reach Phil Harris all day, but he's been out. I wonder where he is.
4-ball in the side pocket. Watch it, Mel.
Okay. Say, Phil, how's about coming over to my place for a poker game tonight?
Gee, I'd like to, Mel, but I can't. 6-ball in the corner.
Hey, why can't you come, Phil?
Well, it's Jackson's birthday today, and me and the boys in my band are throwing him a surprise party. 9-ball in the side.
Hey, where are you going to throw the party, Phil?
Over at my house. Everybody's going to have a lot of fun. I just filled the pool.
Oh, it's pretty cold weather for swimming, ain't it?
Yeah, but once you dive in, you don't notice it.
Oh, the pool heated?
No, it's filled with bourbon. 13-ball in the side. You know, yesterday, Frankie, my guitar player slipped into the pool and almost drowned.
Hey, did you finally save him?
Yeah, we broke his arm running him through the ringer. 7-ball, twice across.
Say, Phil, I've been wanting to ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead. What is it, Mel?
Well, I hate to bring it up, but I've been out of work for a long time, and I thought maybe you could give me a job.
Well, maybe I can. What do you do?
I'm a glass blower.
Sorry, I got all the musicians I need. 2-ball in the corner. Hold it a minute. Kiss off the 12. Yeah. Went just like it had eyes. Well, that finishes the game. I beat you 25-4.
Gee, some guys have all the luck. Imagine shooting pool like that and being married to Alice Faye at the same time.
Well, so long, Mel. I got to start calling the gang. Yeah, I think I'll call Dennis first.
Gee, Mother, why do you want to leave the house just because I'm giving a surprise party for Mr. Benny?
That's not the only reason. I've got to drive to Riverside tonight.
But can't you drive there some other time?
What? And spoil my truckload of oranges? Anyway, I can't understand why you have to give a party for Mr. Benny.
Because he's a very nice man.
Nice man. What did he ever do for you?
What did he ever do for me? Well, once I remember when. And not only that. And then there was the time Yeah, why am I giving him a party?
I see wasting your money on that mean old man.
Oh, Mother, that isn't fair. Mr. Benny has been like a father to me. Only last week he gave me advice on how to be popular with the girls.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah, he took me aside and said, Dennis, my boy, you're missing a lot. You ought to get a girl and on some moonlight night drive her over to Lover's Lane and put your arms around her and pull her up close to you, put your face close to hers and...
Yes, then what did Mr. Benny say?
When he got to that part, he fainted.
Well, now look, Dennis, let me give you some advice on that.
Yes, Mother.
Son, as you go through life, you'll meet many girls, and someday you'll meet the one girl you'll want to spend the rest of your life with. And it will probably be when you least expect it.
Gee, say, Mom, how did you first meet Father?
We were matched together in the Golden Gloves. He had the sweetest left hook. Well, Dennis, I've got to be running along now. I hope your party turns out nice.
Thank you, Mother.
Oh, by the way, how old is Mr. Benny today?
39.
39, indeed. Why, I remember seeing him in a vaudeville act with Al Jolson when they introduced the song Sonny Boy.
How long ago was that?
I don't remember. But Benny was singing and Jolson was climbing up on his knee. So long, son.
Goodbye, Mother. Lots of luck with your oranges. Well, I've got everything set for the party. Now I better see if I have everybody's phone number. Dance, ballerina, dance. And do your pirouette in rhythm with your aching heart. Dance, ballerina, dance. You mustn't once forget a dancer has to dance apart. Whirl, ballerina, whirl. And just ignore the chair that's empty in the second row. This is your moment, girl. Although he's not out there applauding as you steal the show. Once you said his love must wait its turn. You wanted fame instead. I guess that's your concern. Live and learn. And love is gone, ballerina gone. Go on with your career. You can't afford a backward glance. Dance on and on and on. 1,000 people here have come to see the show. As round and round you go, so ballerina dance, dance, dance. Well, I've got everybody's phone number but Don Wilson's. I'll look that one up.
Oh, darling,
What is it, Pudgy?
I wanted to tell you that the table looks beautiful.
Oh, thank you, dear. But I think you better start calling our guests.
Well, I will as soon as I finish wrapping this present for Jack.
Well, I hope you're giving him an appropriate gift. What's in that package, darling?
See if you can guess.
A watch?
No. Now, I'll give you a hint. They're round and firm and fully packed and free and easy on the draw.
Of the what?
Draw.
A box of Crayolas.
No, Pet. Now, listen again, sweetheart. Take last night after dinner. I went into the living room, sat down in my easy chair, struck a match. Now, what did I light?
My mother's picture.
Yes, and while it was burning, what did I light with that?
Oh, darling, don't keep me in suspense. What did you buy Jack Benny for his birthday?
But, darling, it's so obvious. Look at these letters on the package. You should be able to figure out what it is. L-S-M-F-T.
L-S-M-F-T. Oh, I know. A long silk muffler from Tubby.
No. It's a carton of Lucky Strikes, and LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Oh, well, everybody knows that.
Well, then why did you make me tell you?
I just love the way your face lights up when you say it.
Well, thank you. Now, come on, darling. Let's go through this list and see if I've forgotten anyone.
Fine thing. Here it is my birthday, and I'm all alone. Nobody even thinks of me. Nobody cares. No cards, not even a phone call. Who is it?
It's me, boss.
Rochester, I don't want to talk to anyone. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Quiet, Polly. When I want your help, I'll ask for it.
Boss, you haven't eaten all day. Do you want me to get...
I don't want anything. Just leave me alone.
Okay. I wonder what's wrong with him. He's kept himself locked in the den all day. The last time he brooded like this was when his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, broke their engagement. Then she sent back the ring, and he was happy again. Wonder what's ailing him. Maybe bet on a horse. No, if Mr. Bennett bet on a horse and that horse lost, he'd beat it to death with his bare hands. I just can't figure out what's the matter with him.
Rochester, if you don't mind, I'll have my dinner served in bed.
What's the matter, boss? Don't you feel good? You've been brooding all day.
I haven't been brooding. If I want to lock myself in the den, it's my own business.
Wait a minute, boss.
Huh?
Have you been crying?
What makes you think I've been crying?
There's a rainbow in your little blue eye.
There is? I mean, who cares? A lot you or anybody else worries about me anyway.
You're wrong, Mr. Benny. I worry about you.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, Rochester, what day is this?
Saturday.
Uh-huh. Saturday, February what?
The 14th.
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Saturday, February the 14th. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to put out the garbage.
Not that. Come back here. Now, let's not talk about it anymore. You go in and clean the den. I'm going to the kitchen, have a sandwich and a glass of garbage. I mean milk.
Okay. Well, it won't take long to straighten up the den. I'll just put these books away on the shelf.
Hello.
Well, hello, Polly.
Here I am, all alone. Nobody cares.
Huh?
Nobody cares.
What are you talking about?
Today's my birthday.
Oh, my goodness, how can I be so stupid? I better go in the kitchen and fix things up right away. Excuse me, boss, excuse me.
Rochester.
Just a minute, boss.
Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm putting a candle on a cracker. It's Polly's birthday.
Oh, it is, eh? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to my room. That's where I'm going.
Gosh, I can't figure out what's bothering the boss. He's usually so cheerful. Hello, Mr. Benny's residence.
Rochester, this is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. You'll never guess whose birthday it is today.
I know, Rochester, and that's why I called. I want to give a surprise party.
A party?
Yes. Do you think you'd get him out of the house?
Him?
Certainly.
Well, he sure fooled me. He laid an egg this morning.
Rochester, what are you talking about?
The parrot.
Parrot? It isn't the parrot's birthday. It's Mr. Benny's birthday.
Oh! So that's why he's been feeling bad all day. He thought everybody forgot about him.
Oh, no. When I called the gang, I found out that everybody was giving him a party. So we all decided to come over to Mr. Benny's house and surprise him.
Well, bring some food with you. The time lock doesn't open the icebox till 6 in the morning.
Well, don't worry. We have food. You just get Mr. Benny out of the house for a little while and don't let him suspect anything.
Okay, Miss Livingston. Leave it to me. I'll be clever about it.
Well, I feel a lot better taking this little walk. But I can't understand Rochester throwing my hat and coat out. And when I went out to get him, he slammed the door. Yeah, I've been walking for about 40 minutes now. I'm kind of tired. think I'll walk across the street and get on a bus for home. Fine birthday. Hey, look at this theater marquee. Now playing The Horn Blows at Midnight. I guess they're running it again on account of the Academy Award. I think I'll go and see it again. Pardon me, miss. I see you're showing The Horn Blows at Midnight.
That's right.
How's business?
Look, mister, if this is a hold-up, you're wasting your time. We haven't sold a ticket all week.
This isn't a hold-up, and give me a ticket. Here's the money.
Here's a ticket and a knife.
A knife?
You'll have to cut your way through the brush.
Never mind. Just give me the ticket so I can go in, will you?
Rochester, we've been here for 4 hours now. If Mr. Benny only went out for a walk, why isn't he back?
I don't know, Miss Livingston. Well, I can't wait any longer. Bring on the food.
Yeah, let's eat.
Hey, wait a minute, kid. Since this is Jack's birthday party, I propose that we all give a toast.
All of us?
Yeah, we'll each take a line. Go ahead, Rochester. You start it. Okay. To our boss, Mr. Benny.
This toast we do make.
While we stand here talking, John's eating the cake.
Well, I waited long enough. I've got to go home.
Me too.
I wondered what happened to Jack.
I beg your pardon, mister.
Huh?
I'm the manager of this theater. We've shown you The Horn Blows at Midnight 3 times. Now, will you please go home so we can close up?
Okay. By the way, mister, the girl at the box office told me you haven't sold a ticket all week.
That's quite true.
Well, if that's true, how come there's someone sitting in almost every seat in this theater?
We rent it out as a storage room to a mortuary.
A mortuary? You mean all the people in those seats are... That's amazing.
I'll say it's amazing. Yesterday, right in the middle of the picture, 3 of them got up and walked out.
Gee, I wondered why the guy at the door didn't tear my ticket. Well, I better go on home. Gee, all the lights are out in the house. Rochester must be asleep. Now, let's see. Where's my key? Here's the key to my safety deposit box. Here's the key to my car. Key to my garage. Key to my vault. Whoops, I dropped it. Here's the key to the front door. There it is. Coming home to a cold, dark house. What a birthday this was. Fine, loyal gig I got. I got a good notion to fire every one of them. If I had any talent, I would. Gee, I'm tired. Well, I might as well go to bed. Now, who can that be at this time of night? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your sister in Chicago.
Oh, a singing telegram from my sister, eh? That's nice. Go ahead. Let me hear it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, 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 oh,
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
I have to go to bed.
Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell. Thanks. Look, I've got to go to...
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Look, fellas, I got to go to bed now.
Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday.
Well, that's awfully sweet of you. Thanks very much. Look, fella, I got to go to bed. Thank you, but...
Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you very much. Now, Look.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Fellas, I'm
Happy
falling asleep.
birthday,
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, I'll be darned.
Ladies and gentlemen, in certain sections of the country, a critical fuel oil situation exists, and many families may face heatless days before the end of the winter. Help maintain your family's health and conserve fuel oil by doing these things now. Keep room temperature at 68 degrees by day, lower at night. Close off unused rooms. Help stretch existing supplies. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is Basil Rysdale.
By a 50% margin over any other brand, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
American. Back of that statement is an impartial Crosley poll just completed in 11 southern tobacco states. This famous, authentic research group reveals that when independent tobacco experts choose a cigarette for their own personal smoking enjoyment,
over 50% more named Lucky Strike than any other brand.
Yes, the impartial Crosley poll shows
by a 50% margin over any other brand, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice.
These are the tobacco experts, the independent buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen who buy, sell, and handle tobacco at the auction.
You've heard the poll results. Now listen to what tobacco buyer Bryce Leach of Glasgow, Kentucky recently said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy ripe, fine-tasting leaf. Fine quality tobacco that makes a top-quality smoke. I've smoked Lucky 16 years.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So smoke the smoke tobacco expert smoke. Remember,
by a 50% margin over any other brand, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
Gee, it's 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Hope I have a good show this afternoon. Oh, good morning, Rochester.
Good morning, boss. Feeling a little more cheerful today?
Yeah, I feel fine.
You should have come home earlier last night.
Why?
The whole gang came over to give a surprise party and celebrate your birthday.
What? A surprise party for me? My whole gang? Mary? You mean Mary, Phil, Don, and Dennis? Gee, they didn't forget me.
Why, boss, that rainbow's coming back in your little blue eye.
But I can't help it. I'm so happy. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Feeling low.
Feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense.
Smoke a Lucky.
To be your level best.
Smoke a Lucky.
To be your level best.
Your level best. That's just how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. Puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best. It's important to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mild, light, ripe tobacco that means real smoking enjoyment for you. So next time you buy cigarettes, remember, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. Puts you on the Lucky level where you feel your best and do your best. Yes, smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, February 14th, is Valentine's Day, and it's also the birthday of the star of our show. So here he is, Jack Valentine Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was very nice of you to remember my birthday. How did you ever think of it?
Well, Jack, a strange thing happened last night. I ate at that Chinese restaurant you recommended.
Uh-huh. And, Don, I hope you broke open one of those rice fortune cakes.
Oh, yes, I did. And the little paper said, "'Tis better to give than to receive, and Monday is Jack Benny's birthday."
And what did you bring me for a present, Don?
Well, it was too late to go shopping, so I brought you a pocket full of fried rice.
Too late to go shopping. I told you to have lunch there, not dinner. Anyway, Don, I'll take the rice. There's a friend of mine getting married Wednesday. Thanks very much.
Well, tell me, Jack, how does it feel being a year older?
Don, I don't know. It seems strange to advance another year, but then on the other hand, there's something exciting about reaching 40. Yes, sir.
Well, Jack, you may be 40, but I must say you look much younger.
Well, Don, it's nice of you to say that, but let's face it. I mean, my age is beginning to show, a little wrinkle here, a gray hair there. Time marches on. Now, let's get on with the program.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Before we get into the show, I have a little surprise for you.
A surprise, Don?
Yes. Now, the whole audience is going to join in. All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Wow. Thank you, everybody. Thanks very much.
Oh, wasn't that nice, Jack?
Yes, very nice, Don, but
But what?
Well, I was watching one fellow sitting in the front row, and he didn't sing at all. As a matter of fact, he had a frown on his face, and I'm just curious to know why. Oh, Mister.
Me?
Yeah, would you mind coming up here on the stage for a minute?
Okay.
Now, look, Mr.
Fink. F-I-N-Q-U-E. Fink.
Well, Mr. Fink, I'm just curious to know. You were the only one who didn't sing Happy Birthday to me. Why was that?
Do you sing to me on my birthday?
No, but then how can I? I don't even know when your birthday is.
It's December the 24th, and all you hear people singing is jingle bells, jingle out the way. Not one word about Fink.
Well, that's too bad. Now, look, Mr. Fink.
F-I-N-Q-U-E.
I know.
Yeah, that's French.
Yes.
In Paris, it's Finke.
I don't care what it is. All I want to know is if you've got this chip on your shoulder, why did you come in here in the first place?
Who wanted to come in? I was standing in line for the Amos and Andy show, and some guy came over and told me that they was giving away refrigerators in here.
Giving away refrigerators?
In radio, a program's either got to give you entertainment or a refrigerator. Now, where's my icebox?
You're not getting an icebox, so go sit down.
Okay. 12 programs this week, and I still ain't got a stick of furniture.
Keep quiet, please. Don, regardless of what just happened, I do appreciate...
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Well, thank you, Mary. It was awfully sweet of you to remember it.
Well, Jack, I must confess that I forgot all about your birthday, but a strange thing happened. Remember yesterday when you said I looked like I was gaining weight?
Yes, yes.
Well, today as I came in the lobby of CBS, I stepped on the scale to weigh myself.
Uh-huh.
And a card came out saying, you weigh 112 pounds, you are kind of dogs, and tomorrow is Jack Benny's birthday.
No.
I couldn't believe it either, so I put in another penny, and a card came out that said, don't stand here all day, you got shopping to do.
Oh, well, did you do it?
Oh, I'll have something for you tomorrow.
Good, that's my birthday anyway. And just think, Mary, tomorrow I'll be 40.
40, eh?
Yes, 40.
Jack, let me ask you something.
What?
Many years ago, you were in vaudeville, weren't you?
Yes.
And many times you were on the same bill with Eddie Cantor.
Yes, I was.
And at that time, you and Cantor were the same age, weren't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, Jack, today Eddie Cantor admits that he's over 50. How come you're only 40?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess. Anyway, Mary, now that I'm approaching middle age, I'll have to slow down the mad social world and cut down my nightlife a little, you know?
Oh, some nightlife. You have a hamburger at Simon's, squeeze the waitress's hand, and then run home and dream you're Errol Flynn.
Errol Flynn. Mary, if you're so smart, let me ask you a question. If I was born in 1909, how old would I be today?
Don't answer him, sister. He ain't giving away nothing.
You keep out of this.
Who's that?
Some guy named Fink.
F-I-N-Q.
I know. Don't pay any attention to him, Mary. There's one in every audience, you know.
By the way, Jack, my sister Babe wanted to send you a birthday card, but she didn't know your address, so she sent it to me.
Your sister Babe? Oh, have you got the card with you?
Yes, I'll read it to you. Congratulations. It's wonderful to be 40, Jack. I've been there twice, and I'm coming back.
Say, that's kind of cute.
Oh, Babe has a wonderful sense of humor.
Yeah. Remember the time she painted an extra toe on your uncle's foot, and he thought he had 7?
Not only that, but how about the time...
Now, wait a minute, Mary. This is all very funny. It's very funny, but I think you've stalled long enough.
Stalled? What do you mean?
Well, you know, every year on my birthday, you always give me a big kiss.
Oh, well, Jack, I sort of figured now that you're getting older, well, you might not be interested in kissing anymore.
Oh, I'm not, eh? Come here and I'll show you. There. How was that?
Thank you, Errol Flynn.
You said it. Now put me down. Thanks. I just wanted to show you that being 40 doesn't... Oh, hello, Dennis. Hey, Dennis, you're just in time for your song.
Okay, Mr. Benny, I'm glad I got here on time. On the way down, I had to stop off at our family doctor's office and punch him in the nose.
You punched your doctor in the nose?
He had it coming. My mother told me what he did.
What?
When I was born, for no reason at all, he slapped me.
Dennis.
And my back was turned, too. Dennis, never mind that. Let's have your song. Okay, but first, congratulations on your birthday.
Oh, well, it's awfully sweet of you to remember it, kid.
I never would have thought of it if you hadn't given me that ticket to the burlesque show last night.
Never mind, Dennis.
What did the burlesque show have to do with it?
Well, a girl came out to do a dance. Her bubble broke and a sign fell out saying Monday is Jack Benny's birthday.
Dennis.
You must be popular. Boy, what applause you got.
All right, all right.
They whistled and everything.
Dennis.
What a fuss over a man's birthday.
Dennis, you found out it was my birthday. That's all that matters. Now, come on, let's have your song.
Okay. Gee, when I'm 40, I hope I don't look like him.
What did you say?
Sing, Dennis.
That's better. Go ahead.
Let the raindrops fall, la 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 la. I don't mind at all, la 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 la. When I get your call, la 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 la. There's a bluebird singing in my heart. Let the clouds hang low over the trees. Let the winds that blow go where they please. When you're near, I hear melody start. There's a bluebird singing in my heart. I want to dance in the street and say to people I meet, she's mine, all mine. I want to shout to the sun and say, come out to the sun. It's time to shine. So when things go wrong, la 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 la, I still have my song, la 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 la. Since you came along, la 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 la, there's a bluebird singing in my heart.
That was Bluebird singing in my heart, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. That was wonderful.
Congratulations on your birthday.
Dennis, you congratulated me already. Forget it.
I tried, but I can't get that bubble dancer out of my mind.
Well, force yourself. Say, Mary.
You know, Mr. Benny, it must be nice to have your birthday come on Valentine's Day.
Yes, kid, but there's only one thing against it. You know, so many famous people were born in the month of February. Longfellow, Lincoln, Washington. It makes it hard for me to be outstanding.
I can imagine.
Of course, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to a man like Washington.
Why not? Washington wore a wig, too.
Very clever, very clever. Did you make up that joke yourself, Mary?
Uh-huh.
And you, like that type of joke?
Yeah, I thought it was very funny.
I see. Hello, May Company? You can take the candle out of the window. Mary's coming home. You better watch it, sister. Another gag like that.
Hiya, Jackson. You sure look nifty, even though tomorrow you're going to be 30.
What?
Wait a minute, Phil. Nifty doesn't rhyme with 30.
I know, but it's better than breaking an old man's heart. Hiya, Liv.
Hello, Phil.
Hey, here you are, Jackson. I brought you a little birthday present.
Well, Phil, this is really too much to think that you, of all people, would remember my birthday.
Well, a funny thing happened. Last night I was in a bar, and I happened to look up, and I saw a little sign that said, Monday's Jack Benny's birthday.
Phil, that was written on the ceiling?
No, under the table.
I knew you'd see it.
Jack.
What?
Jack, why don't you open the present Phil gave you?
Phil's present?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Phil, this is swell.
What is it, Jack?
One glove. Phil, why in the world would you give me only one glove?
You never take your right hand out of your pocket anyway.
Now, wait a minute.
Hey, Jackson, look, all kidding aside, how old are you going to be tomorrow?
40.
Jackson, Will you lay that on me again? I've been rehearsing my band and my ears are still folded.
I said I was going to be 40.
What are you talking about? You got toupees older than that.
Toupees?
And that's a factor, Max. Oh, Harris, you may not be with Columbia, but you're the gem of the ocean.
Phil, is that a natural point on your head, or are you advertising a pyramid club? You can tell some of the most awful...
Oh, Jack, it's getting kind of late. Don't you think we ought to get started with that hillbilly sketch we're going to do tonight?
I'm glad you brought that up, Don. We're not going to do that sketch. From now on, we're going to do the finer type of play like they do on dramatic shows. After 17 years, it's about time this show got a little class.
Well, Dad, if you want to class things up a little, next week I'll have the band wear tuxedos.
Phil, if you can just get them to tuck in their shirts, I'll be happy. Anyway, kids, from now on, we're going to do a higher class of comedy. The kind
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
That bubble dance is driving me nuts.
Dennis, go sit down.
Jack, what do you want to change your program for?
Well, Don's right. Last week you tried to get on the Ford Theater with Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price, and you know what happened. Fletcher Markle, the director, thought you were terrible.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, if Mr. Markle thought I was so terrible, why did he give me a contract to appear on the Ford Theater March 4th?
No kidding, Jackson. You going to be on the Ford Theater?
Yes, sir, on March 4th. And just wait till you hear the performance I give. It'll live. It'll sparkle. It'll bubble. Forget about that girl. Anyway, kids, I've got a contract to appear on the Ford Theater March 4th, and I can't wait till I get on it.
What play are you going to do, Jack?
The Horn Blows at Midnight.
What?
You heard me. I'm going to do The Horn Blows at Midnight.
You wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, eh? Just wait and see.
Well, Jackson, that proves you must be at least 60.
Why?
Nobody could get that much guts in 40 years.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't care what any of you kids think. I'm going to prove once and for all that The Horn Blows at Midnight is a great story.
That's telling, Mr. Benny.
Thanks, Dennis. Did you see the picture?
Yeah, I saw it 4 years ago when I was in the service.
Oh, did the Navy show my picture to the boys?
No, to the Japs, but I snuck in.
All right, you can all say what you want to, but I'm going to do The Horn Blows at Midnight.
Now you're talking. My wife saw that picture, and it was wonderful.
It was, Mr. Fink?
Yeah, they let her in for nothing, and they gave her 4 sets of dishes.
Well, why didn't you go?
I'm holding out for an icebox.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Now, kids, getting back to the show that I'm going to do...
Oh, say, Jack, before you go any further, I think it's time for the song by the quartet.
Oh, yes, that's right. Are the sportsmen here?
Yeah. Come on in, fellas. Now, Jack, these boys want to dedicate this number to you on the happy occasion of your birthday because this song has been associated with you for years.
Well, that's very nice, Don.
Come on, fellas, take it.
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with fragrance that we all like? Oh, no, it isn't the trees, it's Lucky Strike. Can it be the sun that's so much fun when you are out on a hike? Oh, no, it isn't the sun, it's Lucky Strike. Way down in Kentucky, they planted a seed. It grew to a lucky to give you that smoking pleasure.
That's beautiful.
Is it all a dream, this joy supreme that we sing into this mic? Oh, no, it isn't a dream, it's Lucky Strike. Feeling low, feeling tense, these 8 words are common sense. Happy birthday, and feel your level best. Happy happy birthday, and may you always feel your level band.
That was wonderful, boys. Thanks very much. Say, Mary, wasn't it nice for the quartet to sing a number just... Hey, Mary, I just thought of a wonderful joke. Mary, ask me why we have quartets here in America, but in Scotland they only have quintets. Ask me that. Go ahead. That's it.
All right, Jack. Why do they only have quintets in Scotland?
Because all Scotch comes in fifths. Say, how about that one? Pretty good, huh?
Jack, did you make up that joke all by yourself?
Yep.
And you like that joke?
I thought it was pretty clever.
You did, eh? Hello, NBC? Leave the back door open. Blue Eyes is coming home.
Mary, if you try to get even with me, it didn't work. I'm staying here at CBS till something freezes over.
It ain't gonna be no refrigerator.
Oh, I thought he left already.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
While the quartet was singing, this telegram came for you.
A telegram for me?
Yeah, Jack. I took the liberty of giving the boy a 25-cent tip.
Oh. Well, here's a nickel, Don, and you're at liberty to chase the boy for the other 20 cents. Give me the telegram. Thanks. Gee, it's from my sister Florence.
What does she say?
She says, Dear Jack, I've been listening to your program, and I thought I should send you this wire immediately. You're mistaken about your age. You're not going to be 40 years old tomorrow. You're going to be... Oh, no. No, this can't be. This is awful.
Well, Jack, how old does your sister say you're going to be tomorrow?
39. Oh, my goodness, this is embarrassing. But my sister Florence ought to know. I guess instead of being born in 1909, it was 1910.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. How could you be born in 1910? I happen to know that in 1917 you were in the Navy.
Well, of course I was in the Navy. You think I'm a slacker?
Well, how old were you then?
7.
7? How could
Mary,
you be...
don't argue with me. They measured me for a uniform, cut off my curls at the same time.
But, Jack, if you were only 7 years old, how could you possibly get in the Navy?
I owned a battleship, and shut up. Anyway, this thing has got me puzzled. I'm going to call Rochester and have him look up my birth certificate. My sister Florence says I'm 39. I think I'm 40. I'm going to find out.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Guide shows? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what King Midas wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, I'll call your house immediately. He wants I should get him Rochester. You know what, Mabel? What? I never saw a man like Mr. Benny. He has such a split personality. On the radio, he's one type of person, and in real life, he's an entirely different type of person. Yeah, and I don't like either one of them. Well, I like him. But you know what? Last week, he tried to make me jealous by going out with another girl. Was she cute? Cute. You should have seen her. Buttons and bow legs. So what? You're bow-legged. I am not. You are, too. When you wear white stockings, you look like the Owen, Honest John. All right. At least I'm commercial.
Operator. Gertrude, get me my home.
I'm trying. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Well, you girls ought to know you helped build it.
For this, they paid $2 million.
Never mind. Now, please ring my home.
Okay, I'm ringing it.
Smart aleck Gertrude. She takes you out to dinner once. She thinks she owns you. Oh, well.
Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, radio, and silent pictures.
Rochester, it's me.
Oh, hello, boy.
Look, what took you so long to answer the phone?
Well, tomorrow's your birthday, and I was out in the kitchen finishing your cake.
The cake?
Yeah, you ought to see it, boss. Across the top in whipped cream, I wrote, Happy Birthday.
Well, that's nice, Rochester.
By the way, how many P's in happy?
2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so you better add 1.
Add 1, I better cross 1 out. I got 3.
You can do that later. Now, Rochester, here's why I called you. I don't know what to do. I thought tomorrow was going to be my 40th birthday. But I just got a wire from my sister, and she says I'm going to be 39.
Well, don't argue with her, boss. Grab it.
Rochester, I got to be honest with myself. Now, I want you to look at my birth certificate and tell me the date on it.
Your birth certificate?
Yeah, do you know where it is?
It's right here on the desk.
What's my birth certificate doing on the desk?
You got it out the other day when you applied for your old age pension.
Oh, I just did that for a gag.
Well, they must be laughing. Your first check came today.
Rochester, stop making things up. Now, look at my birth certificate.
I'm looking at it.
Now, in the space where it says date of birth, what's there?
A hole.
A hole in the paper?
Yeah, we erased it once too often.
Oh, well, then there's nothing I can do, and I'll have to take my sister's word for it.
I guess so, boss. Your sister must be right.
Yep, I'm 39. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What are you laughing at?
Aren't we devils?
You and me?
No, me and your sister.
Yeah. Goodbye, Rochester. Goodbye.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Smoke a lucky to be your level best. Smoke a lucky to be your level best.
You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense.
It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you, and that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. For as you know,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. Yes, Lucky's are the overwhelming choice of the men who really know tobacco.
So when you choose your cigarette, remember that Lucky's fine tobacco puts you on the right level to feel your best and do your best. That's the Lucky level.
Feeling low,
Feeling tense.
these 8 words are common sense. Smoke a lucky to be your level best. Smoke a lucky to be your level best.
Well, come on, Mary. The car's right around the corner. I'll drive you home.
Okay.
You know, Mary, that was a pretty good program we just did, but I think...
Benny.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mr. Fink.
Yeah, don't you know some program I can go on and win a refrigerator?
No, I don't. Come on, Mary.
Well, I'm going to get a refrigerator even if I have to buy one.
Well, I don't care if... Buy one? Get in the car, mister.
Jack!
Let him sit in front, Mary. It's more comfortable. Good night, folks.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson, friends. After all is said and done, the reason you or anybody else smokes a cigarette can be summed up in one word: enjoyment. And certainly the enjoyment you get depends entirely on the taste of a cigarette. Put it this way: smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. Well, the fact of the matter is Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Here's why Lucky's taste better. First, they're made of fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. Second, Lucky's are actually made better. Made round, firm, fully packed, to always draw freely and smoke evenly. Yes, fine tobacco in a better-made cigarette gives you better taste every single time. After all, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. You'll know that's true the minute you light up a Lucky. So next time you're shopping for cigarettes, get the carton with the red bullseye, Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, today, February 14th, is Valentine's Day. It's also the birthday of the star of our show. So here he is, our own little Valentine, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was very nice of you to remember my birthday. How did you ever think of it?
Well, Jack, a strange thing happened last night. I ate at that Chinese restaurant you recommended.
Uh-huh.
And I broke open one of those rice fortune cakes.
Uh-huh.
And a little paper said, "'Tis better to give than to receive, and Sunday is Jack Benny's birthday."
Mm-hmm. Well, what did you bring me for a present, Don?
Well, it was too late to go shopping, so I brought you a pocket full of fried rice.
Too late to go shopping. I told you to have lunch there, not dinner. Anyway, Don, I'll take the rice. There's a friend of mine getting married Wednesday.
Jack, you can't throw this rice. It's fried.
So's my friend. It's Remley. Anyway, Don, thanks very much.
Well, anyway, Jack, getting back to your birthday, tell me, how does it feel being a year older?
Don, I don't know. It seems strange to advance another year, but then on the other hand, there's something exciting about reaching 40. Yes, sir. You know?
Jack, you may be 40, but I must say you look much younger.
Well, Don, it's nice of you to say that, but let's face it. My age is beginning to show. A little wrinkle here, a gray hair there. Time marches on. Now, let's get on with the program.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack, before we get into the show. I have a little surprise for you.
A surprise, Don?
Yeah, the whole audience is going to join in. All right, everybody.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, everybody. Thanks very much.
Wasn't that nice, Jack?
Yes, very nice, Don, but
what?
Well, I was watching one fellow sitting in the front row, and he didn't sing at all. As a matter of fact, he had a frown on his face. And I'm just curious to know why. Oh, Mister.
Me?
Yeah, would you mind coming up here on the stage for a minute?
Okay.
Now, look, Mr.
Think. F-I-N-Q-U-E, think.
Oh, well, Mr. Fink, I'm just curious to know, you were the only one who didn't sing happy birthday to me. Why was that?
Do you sing to me on my birthday?
No, but then how can I? I don't even know when your birthday is.
It's December the 24th, and all you hear people singing is jingle bells, jingle all. Not one word about Frank.
Well, that's too bad. Now, look, Mr. Fink.
F-I-N-Q-U-E.
I know.
That's French.
Yes.
In Paris, it's Finke.
Well, you certainly are. And I don't care what it is. All I want to know is if you've got this chip on your shoulder, why did you come in here in the first place?
Who wanted to come in? I was standing in line for the Amos and Andy show. And some guy come over and he told me they was giving away refrigerators in here.
Giving away refrigerators?
In radio, a program's either got to give you entertainment or a refrigerator. Now, where's my icebox?
You're not getting an icebox, so go sit down.
Okay. 12 programs this week. I still ain't got a stick of furniture.
Keep quiet, please, Mr. Fink. Now, Don, regardless of what just happened, Oh, hello, Dennis. You're just in time for your song.
Oh, I'd have been here sooner, but on the way down I had to stop off at our family doctor's office and punch him in the nose.
You punched your doctor in the nose?
He had it coming. My mother told me what he did.
What?
Well, when I was born, for no reason at all, he slapped me.
Dennis.
And my back was turned, too.
Dennis, never mind that silly talk. Let's have your song.
Okay, Mr. Benny, but first, congratulations on your birthday.
Oh, well, it's awfully sweet of you to remember it, kid.
I never would have thought of it if you hadn't given me that ticket to the burlesque show last night.
Never mind, Dennis.
What'd the burlesque show have to do with it?
Well, a girl came out to do a dance, her bubble broke, and a sign fell out saying, Sunday is Jack Benny's birthday.
Dennis.
You must be popular. What applause you got.
All right.
They whistled and everything. Dennis. What a fuss over a man's birthday.
Well, Dennis, you found out it was my birthday. That's all that matters. Now, come on, let's have your song.
Okay. Gee, when I'm 40, I hope I don't look like him.
What did you say?
Sing, Dennis.
You said it. Secret Love, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. That was wonderful.
Congratulations on your birthday.
Dennis, you congratulated me already. Forget it.
I tried, but I can't get that bubble dancer out of my mind.
Force yourself.
Well, you know, Mr. Benny, it must be nice to have your birthday come on Valentine's Day.
Yes, kid, but there's only one thing against it.
Yeah?
I mean, so many famous people were born in the month of February. Longfellow, Lincoln, Washington. It makes it hard for me to be outstanding.
I can imagine.
Of course, I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm comparing myself to a man like Washington.
Why not? He wore a wig, too.
Very clever, very clever. Did you make up that joke yourself, Dennis?
Uh-huh.
And you like that type of joke?
Yeah, I thought it was very funny.
Oh, you did? You thought it was funny, huh? Well, excuse me a minute. Hello? Kenny Baker? Come home, all is forgiven. You better watch it, Dennis. Another gag like that, and you'll only have one show. And another thing.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Bob?
Well, look, I didn't want to interrupt anything, but I've got a little present for you from the boys in the band.
Oh, well, this is really too much. To think that the boys in your orchestra would remember my birthday. I mean, with all their other worries and responsibilities.
Well, Remley was the one.
Oh, Remley, huh?
Uh-huh. Funny thing happened. Last night, Frankie was in a bar, and he happened to look up, and he saw a little sign that said, "Tomorrow is Jack Benny's birthday."
Bob, that was written on the ceiling?
No, under the table.
I put it there on purpose. I knew he'd see it.
Anyway, Jack, all the boys chipped in, and they appointed Bagby, the piano player, to go out and buy you a plaque. And they asked me to present it to you. So, Jack, on behalf of the boys in the orchestra, here you are.
Well, that's very nice of them. Gee, it's a fancy plaque, too. Let me read the inscription. to Herman Heffelfinger, champion bowler, Anthracite Miners Tournament. Bob, what's the matter with Bagby? I mean, why would he get me a plaque like that?
Well, you don't have much choice when you deal with a second story man.
Wait, you mean Charlie buys stolen merchandise?
Well, sometimes he buys, sometimes he sells.
I can't understand Bagby. There's so many decent, honest businessmen around. Why does Charlie have to buy from a burglar?
He gives green stamps.
Well, Bob, I'm not accepting a hot plaque.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny.
Huh?
That bubble dancer's driving me nuts.
Dennis, go sit down. Now, let's get on with the program.
Oh, say, Jack, before you go any further, I think it's time for a song by the quartet.
Oh, yes, that's right. Are the sportsmen here?
Yeah. Come on in, fellas. Jack, the boys want to dedicate this number to you on the happy occasion of your birthday because this song's been associated with you for years.
Well, that's very nice, Don.
And, Jack, there's a part in it where you play the violin right at the opening.
Oh, Don, do I have to?
No.
Well, I'm going to. It's my birthday. Now, wait till I get the music stand up here. Say, Bob, can I get a violin from one of the boys in the band?
Well, I don't know about a violin, but Bagby will make you a good deal on a hot Cadillac.
I don't want that. I want a violin. Larry, let me have your violin, will you? Thanks. What a gang in the orchestra. When they say that Remley is playing a steel guitar, you can take that word either way. Where's that violin? All right, Don, I'm ready. You want me to take the opening, huh?
To tear and then compare, do we find they are alike? Oh no, there's none can compare with Lucky Strike. Way down in Kentucky, they had a seed. It grew to a lucky, just to give you all that smoking pleasure. Now it's MFD, we all agree, it's smooth and so pleasant like. Oh yes, the one smoke for me is Lucky Strike.
was really swell, boys. Thanks very much. You know, Don, it was so nice of the quartet. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Oh, here I am, boy. Yeah. Here, boy, here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, $1. A whole $1. Thanks, Mr. Benny.
I wonder who could be sending me a telegram right in the middle. Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny.
What do you want now?
I forgot my bicycle.
You didn't forget it. I bought it. Now, goodbye. I hate when a guy makes the deal and then tries to get out of it. Gee, the telegram's from my sister, Florence.
Oh, what did she say?
She says, Dear Jack, I've been listening to your program, and I thought I should send you this wire immediately. You're not 40 years old today. You're actually... Oh, no. No, this can't be. This is awful.
Well, Jack, how old does your sister say you are today?
39. Oh, my goodness, this is embarrassing. But my sister Florence ought to know. I guess instead of being born in 1914, it was 1915. I'm going to call Rochester and have him look at my birth certificate. My sister Florence says I'm 39, and I think I'm 40. I got to find out.
Say, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Collier's cover girl wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. I'll call your house immediately. He wants I should get him Rochester. Well, be nice to him. You know, today's his birthday. It is? How did you find out? Dial Ulrich 8900. Yeah, but how did you... Dial. Okay.
The time is 4:21 and 10 seconds. And today is Jack Benny's birthday. The time is 4:21 and 20 seconds. His shirt size is 15 and a half. The time is...
How do you like that? Imagine Benny having his birthday announced on the telephone. How does he get away with it? He used to be a personal friend of Alexander Graham Bell. But with all the advertising, he must be getting a lot of gifts. I can imagine. What did you send him? A beautiful calfskin glove. One glove? Why in the world would you give him only one glove? That's all he needs. He never takes his right hand out of his pocket. Very true. Say, Gertrude, can you give me a lift home tonight? I guess so. What's wrong? I got another flat tire. See, you've been having more trouble with that motorcycle. Yeah.
Operator. Gertrude, get me my home.
I'm trying. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Well, you ought to know. You helped build it.
Well, thank you, Julius Caesar.
Never mind. Now, please ring my home.
Okay, I'm ringing it.
Smart aleck, Gertrude. She takes you out for dinner once. She thinks she owns you. Oh, well.
Mr. Benny's resident star of stage, radio, television, and silent pictures.
Rochester, it's me.
Hello, boss.
What took you so long to answer the phone?
Well, today's your birthday, and I was out in the kitchen finishing your cake.
Oh, you baked a cake for me?
Yeah, and you ought to see it, boss. Across the top in whipped cream, I wrote, Happy Birthday.
Oh, that's nice, Rochester.
By the way, how many P's in happy?
2.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so you'll have to add 1.
I gotta take 1 off. I got 3.
Well, look, you can do that later. Now, Rochester, here's why I called you. I don't know what to do. I thought today was my 40th birthday, but I just got a wire from my sister, and she says I'm 39.
Well, don't argue with her, boss. Grab it.
Rochester, I got to be honest with myself. Now, I want you to look at my birth certificate and tell me the date on it.
Your birth certificate?
Yes, do you know where it is?
It's right here on the desk.
What's my birth certificate doing on the desk?
You got it out the other day when you applied for your old age pension.
Oh, I just did that for a gag.
Well, they must be laughing. Your first check came today.
Rochester, stop making things up. Now, look at my birth certificate.
I'm looking at it.
Now, in the space where it says date of birth, what's there?
A hole.
A hole in the paper?
Yeah, we erased it once too often.
Oh, well, then there's nothing I can do, and I'll have to take my sister's word for it.
I guess so, boss. Your sister must be right.
Yep, I guess I'm 39. Well, goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Aren't we devils?
You and me?
No, me and your sister.
Yeah, goodbye, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not the only one who's celebrating a birthday. Last week, more than 3,300,000 scouts and leaders of the Boy Scouts of America had a candle lighting job on their hands. It was the beginning of Boy Scout Week, and these scouts added the 44th candle to their birthday cake. Candles that, through the years, have lighted boyhood's path to manhood, brightening the way with fun and fellowship, guiding boys to a future of good citizenship. And ladies and gentlemen, today's scouts are tomorrow's citizens. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, a word to cigarette smokers.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
You know, you can count on American college students to know a good thing when they see it. A survey made in 1952 of smokers in leading colleges showed that Lucky's were the favorites in those colleges. Well, last year another survey was made. It was nationwide, supervised by college professors, and representative of all students in regular colleges from coast to coast. Based on 31,000 actual student interviews, the survey shows that Lucky's lead again. Lead over all other brands, regular or king size, and by a wide margin. Lucky's better taste was the reason given most often. When you come right down to it, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Taste better because they're made of fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then Lucky's are made better. So make that next carton Lucky Strike, the cigarette that tastes better.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Come on down. The car's right around the corner. I'll drive you home.
Okay.
You know, Don, that was a pretty good program we just did, but
Hey, Benny!
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mr. Fink.
Yeah. Hey, don't you know some program I can go on and win a refrigerator?
No, I don't. Come on, Don.
Well, I'm going to get a refrigerator even if I have to buy one.
Well, I don't care. Buy one? Get in the car, Mr. Fink. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Bill Klobuchar, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Al Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
The Jack Benny program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. There's no doubt about it. If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to taste better. Naturally, Lucky's better taste begins just where you'd expect it to begin, with fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then that tobacco is toasted. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process tones up Lucky's naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time, get better taste. Get Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny's birthday is February 14th, and whenever one of Jack's birthdays rolls around, it's quite an event. Last year, it was more than memorable because everybody was making preparations, and, well, let's go back to last year and look in on some of them.
The regular weekly meeting of the Beverly Hills Beavers will now come to order. The motion before the club is resolved. The Beavers will give Mr. Jack Benny a surprise birthday party, and for this purpose will withdraw our entire treasury of $1.43. I second the motion, Stevie.
Thank you, Joey, but call me Mr. President. No familiarity during meetings. Any questions? What is it, Cliff?
Well, I'm a new member of the Beavers, and I'd like to know who Jack Benny is.
Are you kidding? Don't you know who Jack Benny is?
No, who is he? Who is Jack Benny? He's only the greatest fullback that Yale ever had.
Yeah, and he quit football because he was afraid of hurting his hands, and that would stop him from playing the violin.
That's right, Cliff. Mr. Benny's one of the world's greatest violinists. Well, if he's the world's greatest violinist, how come I never heard of him?
That's because he's so modest. He goes under the name of Yasha Heifetz.
Well, since Mr. Benny's such a nice man, I vote that we give him a birthday party. Let's all go over to Miss Livingston's house, and she'll give us a list of Mr. Benny's friends.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pauline, have you straightened out the living room?
Yes, Miss Livingston. Oh, won't Mr. Benny be surprised when he finds out you're giving him a birthday party?
He sure will. Tell me, Pauline, how does my new dress look?
Oh, it's lovely, ma'am. Only if I had nice legs like yours, I wouldn't hide them with such a long skirt. Men like pretty legs, you know.
Yeah. And to think that for 4 years I hid mine behind a counter at the May Company. But I'm not trying to be glamorous tonight. You know, Bob and Don are married, and Dennis is too young for me, and Mr. Benny's too old for me.
Well, I'm surprised to hear you say that anyone is too young or too old for you.
Why?
Anything between the Boy Scouts and the Townsend Club is okay with me.
Why, Pauline, I didn't know you liked men so much.
Oh, I do, ma'am. Why, I like them so much that Well, you'd think me silly if I told you what my favorite dream has been for years.
No, I won't. Tell me, what is your favorite dream?
That I'm a Dixie cup in the New York Giants locker room.
Well, come on, Pauline. There's work to do.
Yes, ma'am. Say, would you please tell me one thing, Miss Livingston? Don't you ever go out with Mr. Benny, just the two of you alone?
Occasionally. I remember one very warm night last summer when Jack drove me up to the top of Mulholland Drive.
Gee, how'd you make out?
Fine. I sold more good humors than he did. Now, Pauline, you set the table, and I'll get all...
Miss Livingston's residence. Just one moment, please. Miss Livingston, it's the baker. He wishes to talk to you.
Oh, good. Hello? Yes, I want the cake delivered as early as possible. How many candles? 39. That's right, 39 candles, and arrange them in the shape of a question mark. Bye.
Say, Miss Livingston, how old is Mr. Benny really?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. You see, Mr. Benny and I have an agreement that saves us both a lot of embarrassment.
An agreement?
Yes. I never tell anyone his age, and he never tells anyone my salary.
But, Miss Livingston, if Mr. Benny pays you so little, how can you afford this nice apartment and all your nice clothes and everything?
My mother writes for Jackie Gleason. Well, I better go over the invitation list and start calling.
Oh, Miss Livingston, what are you going to do about music?
Well, I've been trying to reach Charlie Bagby, the piano player, so he'd bring the boys and the band over. I've tried to get Charlie 3 times. Wonder where he is.
4 ball in the side pocket. Watch it now.
Yeah, okay, Charlie. Hey, Charlie, how's about coming over to my place for a poker game tonight, huh?
Gee, I'd love to, Mel, but I can't. 10 ball in the corner.
Well, why can't you come, Charlie?
Well, it's Jack Benny's birthday today. And me and the rest of the boys in the band are throwing him a surprise party. 7 ball in the side.
Hey, how old is Benny, anyway?
Oh, I can't tell you that.
Oh, but do you know how old he really is?
Yeah, but I can't tell you. 62 ball in the corner.
What?
I mean combination shot off the 6 and 2 ball.
Oh. Hey, where you musicians gonna have the party?
Over at my house. I had a swimming pool put in last month, and I just filled it. Everybody will have fun.
Hey, ain't it pretty cold weather for swimming?
Yeah, but once you dive in, you won't notice it.
Oh, is the pool heated?
No, it's filled with old crow.
Ah.
13 ball, cross corner. Well, that finishes the game. I beat you 25-4.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Charlie, you're lucky having a steady job with Benny all these years and shooting pool like a champ.
Yep. You owe me $2.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here you are. But don't you feel ashamed of yourself taking money from a guy who's on unemployment relief?
No, you make more than I do.
Oh.
Well, I better start calling some people and inviting them to the party me and the musicians are giving. I think I'll call Dennis Day first.
Gee, Mother, why do you want to leave the house just because I'm giving a surprise party for Mr. Benny?
I think you're wasting your money on that mean old man.
Oh, now, Mother, that isn't fair. Mr. Benny has been like a father to me. Why, only last week he gave me advice on how to be popular with the girls.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah. He took me aside and said, Dennis, my boy, you're missing a lot. You ought to get a girl and on some moonlight night drive her over to Lover's Lane, put your arms around her, pull her up close to you, put your face close to hers, and...
Yes? Then what did Mr. Benny tell you?
When he got to that part, he fainted.
Well, look, Dennis, let me give you some advice on that.
Yes, Mother?
Son, as you go through life, you'll meet many girls.
Yeah.
And someday you'll meet the one girl you'll want to spend the rest of your life with. And it will probably be when you least expect it.
Gee. Say, Mom, how did you first meet Father?
We were matched together in the Golden Glove. Well, Dennis, I've got to be running along now. I hope your party turns out nice.
Thank you, Mother. Well, I got to get everything set for the party. Now I better see if I have everybody's phone number.
If I ever needed you, I need you now. I can't remember when I've ever been so blue. If I ever needed love, I need it now. I feel so all alone, I don't know what to do. No day or night goes by when I don't have my cry. I feel like I could die from wanting you. I can ease my aching heart, but you'd know if I ever needed you. I need you now. No day or night goes by when I don't have my cry. I feel like I could die from wanting you. I can ease my aching heart, but you know if I ever needed you, I need you now.
Well, I've got everybody's phone number but Don Wilson's. I want to call him and his wife.
Oh, darling,
What is it, Pudgy?
I want to tell you, honey, the table looks beautiful.
Oh, thanks, dear. But if this is to be a surprise party for Jack Benny, I think you better start calling your guests.
Oh, I will as soon as I finish wrapping this present for Jack.
Well, I hope you're giving him an appropriate gift. What's in that package, darling?
See if you can guess.
A watch?
Uh-huh. I'll give you a hint. They're round and firm and fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
On the what?
Draw. Now, what is it?
A box of Crayolas.
No, Pet. Now, listen again, sweetheart. Take last night after dinner. I went into the living room, sat down in my easy chair, struck a match. Now, what did I light?
My mother's picture.
Yes, and while it was burning, what did I light with that?
Oh, darling, don't keep me in suspense. What did you buy Jack for his birthday?
Oh, but dear, it's so obvious. Now, look at the letters on the box. You should be able to figure out what it is. LSMFT.
LSMFT.
I know. A long silk muffler from Tubby.
No, dear. It's a carton of Lucky Strikes, and LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
Oh, well, everybody knows that.
Well, then why'd you make me tell you?
I love the way your big fat face lights up when you say it.
Oh, now, come on, dear. Let's go through this list and see if I forgot anyone.
Fine thing. It is my birthday. I'm all alone. Nobody even thinks of me. Nobody cares. No cards. Not even a phone call. Who is it?
It's me, boss.
Rochester, I don't want to talk to anyone. Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Quiet, Polly. When I want your help, I'll ask for it.
Boss, you haven't eaten all day. You want me to get you something?
I don't want anything. Just leave me alone.
Okay. I wonder what's wrong with him. He's kept himself locked up in the den all day. Maybe he bet on a horse. No, if Mr. Benny bet on a horse and that horse lost, he'd beat it to death with his bare hands. I just can't figure out what's the matter with him.
Rochester, if you don't mind, I'll have my dinner served in bed.
What's the matter, boss? Don't you feel good? You've been brooding all day.
I haven't been brooding. If I want to lock myself in the den, it's my own business.
Wait a minute, boss.
Huh?
Have you been crying?
Why, what makes you think I've been crying?
There's a rainbow in your little blue eyes.
There is? I mean, who cares? A lot you or anybody else worries about me anyway.
You're wrong, Mr. Benny. I worry about you.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, Rochester, what day is this?
Saturday.
Uh-huh. Saturday, February what?
The 14th.
Well, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Saturday, February 14th. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to put the garbage out.
It's not that. Come back here. Now, let's not talk any more about it. You go in and clean the den. I'll go in the kitchen and have a sandwich and a glass of garbage. I mean, milk.
Okay. Well, it won't take long to straighten up the den. I'll put these books away on the shelf.
Hello.
Well, hello, Polly.
Here I am, all alone. Nobody cares.
Huh?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
What are you talking about?
Today's my birthday.
Oh, my goodness, how can I be so stupid? I better go out in the kitchen and fix things up right away. Excuse me, boss, excuse me.
Rochester.
Wait a minute, boss.
Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm putting a candle on a cracker. It's Polly's birthday.
Oh, it is, eh? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to my room.
Gosh, I can't figure out what's bothering the boss. He's usually so cheerful and... Hello, Mr. Benny's residence.
Rochester, this is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. You'll never guess whose birthday it is today.
I know, Rochester, and that's why I called. I want to give a surprise party.
A party?
Yes, do you think you can get him out of the house?
Him?
Certainly.
Well, he sure fooled me. Laid an egg this morning.
Rochester, what are you talking about?
The parrot.
Parrot? It isn't the parrot's birthday. It's Mr. Benny's birthday.
Oh! That's why he's been feeling bad all day. He thought everybody forgot about him.
Oh, no. When I called the gang, I found out that everybody was going to give him a party. So we all decided to come over to Mr. Benny's house and surprise him.
Well, bring some food with you. The time lock doesn't open the icebox till 6 in the morning.
Don't worry, we have food. You just get Mr. Benny out of the house for a little while, and don't let him suspect anything.
Okay, Miss Livingston, and leave it to me. I'll get him out of the house, and I'll be clever about it.
Gee, I feel a lot better taking this little walk, but I can't understand Rochester throwing my hat and coat out. When I went out to get him, he slammed the door. Gee, I've been walking for about 40 minutes now. I'm kind of tired. I think I'll walk across the street and get on a bus for home. Fine birthday up. Gee, look at this theater marquee. Now playing The Horn Blows at Midnight. I guess they're reviving it again on account of the Academy Awards. I think I'll go to see it again.
Rochester, we've been here 4 hours now. If Mr. Benny only went out for a walk, why isn't he back?
I don't know, Mr. Day.
Well, I've waited long enough. I've got to go home.
Me too.
I wonder what happened to the boss.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, mister.
Huh?
I'm the manager of this theater. We've shown you The Horn Blows at Midnight 3 times. Now, will you please go home so we can close up?
Okay. By the way, mister, the girl at the box office told me that you haven't sold a ticket all week.
That's quite right.
Well, if that's true, how come there's someone sitting in almost every seat in this theater?
We rent it out as a storage room to a mortuary.
A mortuary? You mean all the people in those seats are... Gee, that's amazing.
I'll say it's amazing. Yesterday, right in the middle of the picture, 3 of them got up and walked out.
Gee, I wondered why the guy at the door didn't tear my ticket. Well, I better go on home. Coming home to a cold, dark house. What a birthday this was. Fine, loyal gang I've got. I got a good notion to fire every one of them. If I had any talent, I would. Yeah, I'm tired. Well, I might as well go to bed. Now, who can that be at this time of night? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes?
Oh, this is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your sister in Chicago.
Oh, a singing telegram from my sister, eh? Well, that's cute. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell, really. And I do think that... Look, I've got to get away now.
Happy birthday to you.
Look, kid.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that
was awfully sweet of you. Now, if you'll just...
What a happy day, 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 what a happy day. Happy birthday, Jack Benny.
Well, thank you very much. And
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome very well.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, a word to you smokers who are looking for better taste in a cigarette.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, if you read the comics, I guess you know all about Little Iodine. The fellow who draws Little Iodine is the famous cartoonist Jimmy Hatlow. He's got another comic strip, too, called They'll Do It Every Time. Well, Jimmy Hatlow's cigarette is Lucky Strike. Jimmy says, yep, I'll do it every time. Light up a Lucky because they taste better. Friends, many millions of people smoke Luckies because they've found that Luckies taste better, too. A Lucky tastes better because it's toasted to taste better. Of course, Lucky's better taste begins with fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. And then that fine tobacco is toasted. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco to its peak of flavor, tones it up to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, that's why Jimmy Hatlow and millions of other smokers will do it every time. Light up a Lucky. Why don't you light up a Lucky, too? Remember, it's toasted to taste better.
Oh, gee, it's 9 a.m. Sunday morning. Gee, I hope I have a good show this afternoon. Good morning, Rochester.
Good morning, boss. Feeling a little more cheerful today?
Yes, I feel fine.
You should have come back earlier last night.
Why?
The whole gang came over to give a surprise party and celebrate your birthday.
What? A surprise party for me? My whole gang? You mean Mary and Don and Dennis? Gee, they didn't forget me.
Why, boss, that rainbow's coming back in your little blue eyes.
Well, I can't help it. I'm so happy. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Al Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks.
Filter smokers, here's the true tobacco taste you've been looking for. Filter Tip Tarleton gives you all the full, rich flavor of Tarleton's famous quality tobacco, and real filtration, too. Filter Tip Tarleton incorporates activated charcoal, renowned for its unusual powers of selective filtration and used far and wide to purify the air we breathe, the water and beverages we drink. Look for the red, white, and blue stripes on the package. They identify Filter Tip Tarleton, the best in filtered smoking.
The Jack Benny program is brought to you by the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
to be hard to work and look at that face over there.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests, Mary Livingston's husband, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaugh, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Parker Fenley as Titus Moody, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And until I start tooting the claghorn, my name is Kenny Delmar.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, our story starts with the birth of Jack Benny in the year 1894. Just 39 years ago. It all happened in the little town of Waukegan, Illinois. The proud parents gazed with delight on the blue-eyed baby. And it was at this moment that Jack Benny's voice was heard for the first time.
Look at him, Papa. He's so cute.
Yes. We'll call him Jackie.
Doctor, I want to ask you something. Oh, I know all parents think their children are unusual, but honestly, Doctor, isn't our Jackie different from most babies? Look at little Jackie, Papa. He's got your mouth.
And he's got your nose.
And he's got your eyes.
And he's got your ears.
And look at his hair.
See, that's mine. It slipped off.
There, Jackie. Quiet now.
Now, Mr. Benny, about my feet. Don't worry, Doctor. Just mail your bill, and my son Jackie will send you a check. Oh, thank you very much. Wait a minute. Your son here, Jackie? He's only a few minutes old. How can he send me a check? I don't know how he did it, but he already saved $800. And so the little baby began to grow and make rapid progress. At the age of 6 months, he astounded medical science because he had 32 teeth, all upper. But Jackie was a happy little child, and all day long he used to sit in his crib playing with his toys. As he grew older, his parents gave him everything he wanted. But Jack wasn't an only child. He had a younger sister named Florence. Today he has an older sister named Florence. And finally, Jackie entered school. As a student, he was exceptionally bright, particularly in arithmetic.
And now for the next question, I will call on Jackie Benny.
Yes, teacher.
Now, Jackie, if you loan $10 to Albert and $5 to Irving and $15 to Tommy, and they all paid you back at once, how much money would you have?
$31.
I'm sorry, Jackie, but the correct answer is $30.
What about the interest?
Yes, I forgot. And that reminds me, Jackie, I'll pay you the money I owe you Friday.
Good. Then I'll give you back your wristwatch.
It was easy to see that there was something about Jackie that was different from other boys. In his class, there was one little boy who lived near the stockyard. There was another whose home was above a livery stable. Still another who lived next door to a glue factory. Yet Jackie was the only kid in the class called Stinky. However, somehow he seemed to know that he was destined for a musical career. And for the next few years, he took violin lessons regularly. No. How many times must I tell you? Smoothly.
I'm sorry.
Well, play it again. Only this time, hold the bow with one hand. You're not Ty Cobb.
I'll try.
Not today. The lesson she is over.
Oh, well, goodbye, Professor.
Wait. You did not pay me.
Huh?
Mr. Benny, I want my money.
Well, Jack was persistent about his violin playing. He took lessons year
Mr. Benny, my money.
after year
Mr. Benny, my money.
after year.
Please, Mr. Benny, my money.
Finally came the day of his graduation from elementary school. Oh, it was a proud moment for Jack and his parents. That was the day that he put on his first pair of long pants. They looked kind of bulky over his diapers. But as he was about to leave the house, his parents looked at him proudly and said,
Jackie, we're proud of you.
Thanks, Mother. And I'm so excited.
Look at him, Mama. Doesn't he look handsome?
Oh, he should look handsome. He's got your mouth.
And he's got your nose.
And he's got your eyes.
And he's still got my hair.
You'll get it. You'll get it. Let him graduate first. We want to get there early. He's going to play a violin solo.
Relatives, teachers, and fellow graduates, your kind reception to my musical offering has filled my little heart with joy. But I don't deserve all this applause alone. Some of the glory must be shared by my music teacher. That wonderful man, that brilliant genius, that great...
Never mind the compliments. I want my money.
Jack Benny's schooling and violin study was interrupted by World War I when he entered the armed forces. He was really much too young to go, but his father was on the draft board. And so, early in 1917, we find Jack Benny no longer a boy, but a man, ready to enter the Navy.
Goodbye, Papa.
Go already. Over, and Jack went home, but his parents had moved. And so he decided on vaudeville as a career. With the advent of the radio, many new stars were made overnight. And one of the brightest was the man who always opened his show with,
Hello again.
From this he became a star? But when Jack realized that he was a big hit in radio, he decided to get his own program. And first he looked for an announcer. He didn't have to look far because Don Wilson was everywhere. But one of the freshest things about Jack's show was the new talent that he always found for it. And he usually met these supporting players in unusual places. For instance, one day while he was shopping...
Oh, miss, do you have dental floss?
Yes, the May Company has everything. Oh. And say, you have all uppers, haven't you?
Hey, you notice everything. You're pretty cute. How about having dinner with me tonight?
I'm sorry, but I never let strangers buy me dinner.
Good. You're my type.
Look, mister, you better stop annoying me.
Hey, Mary. You want me to come over there and punch him in the nose?
It's all right, babe. I can handle him myself.
Yes, and that was how Jack first met Mary Livingston. He took her away from the May Company and made her a star. Then one day, Jack was crossing Vine Street. He stepped off the curb and...
Whoops, sorry. I almost tripped over you. I didn't see you. I didn't see you either. I was face down.
And so Phil Harris joined the show. Now the Jack Benny Orchestra, he needed a singer, and he auditioned dozens of them. One day he listened to a newcomer, a shy, apple-cheeked young lad with the face of a cherub and a beautiful voice. And when he finished singing, Jack said, "So your name is Dennis Day?"
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Jack hired this talented young tenor, and after 4 or 5 years, with no outside help, he almost drove Jack nuts. Now with his cash completed, Jack decided to move into a new house in Beverly Hills with his faithful valet, Rochester.
Boss, this house is sure beautiful.
Yes, it is, Rochester. But you know, I've been thinking.
About what?
Well, a house isn't really a home without a woman.
Want me to get married?
Never mind.
And so Jack moved into his new home, which he still resides. The house is located in Beverly Hills. The day he moved in, his next-door neighbor exclaimed,
About the fence, Benita. Do you honestly think that 20 feet will be high enough?
George Jessel's humorous biographical sketch did have one basis in fact. Benjamin Kabelski was born Valentine's Day, 1894, and he did have a younger sister named Florence. When he was 6, his father bought him his first violin, and his unusual talent became evident immediately. At 16, he was hired as a violinist in a vaudeville house, leading to a job offer to travel with a vaudeville act called the Marx Brothers. His father would not allow a 17-year-old to travel the nation with this not-yet-famous quintet. As a vaudeville violinist, young Kabelski was forced to change his name to avoid confusion with violinist Jan Kabelik. For a while, he used Ben Benny. But the rising fame of vaudeville orchestra leader Ben Burney and a phone call from Burney's lawyer led to a final name change, Jack Benny. One night, while performing a violin solo for a rude, disinterested group of uniformed soldiers, a friend suggested he save the act by switching to comedy. The switch worked, and Benny Kabelski, known as Jack Benny, became a popular vaudeville comic. January 14, 1927, Benny married Sadie Marx, 14 years his junior and a distant cousin of the Marx Brothers. In 1932, he made his radio debut when he was interviewed on a New York City radio station by a friend, newspaper columnist Ed Sullivan. Although it was an unscripted interview, Benny had a writer prepare some material for him. The Sullivan Show appearance was so successful, the manufacturers of Canada Dry Ginger Ale hired Jack as the master of ceremonies for a twice-weekly variety show. Here's that first performance, aired on NBC May 2nd, 1932.
Canada Dry, the Champagne of Ginger Ales, presents a series of programs to advertise the new made-to-order Canada Dry, which you can now buy by the glass at drugstores and soda fountains. This series will feature George Olson and his music, Miss Ethel Chute, the star of many Broadway successes, and that suave comedian, dry humorist, and famous master of ceremonies, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Thorgerson. That's pretty good from a man who doesn't even know me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking and making my first appearance on the air professionally. By that I mean I'm finally getting paid, which, of course, will be a great relief to my creditors. I really don't know why I'm here. I'm supposed to be a sort of a master of ceremonies and tell you all the things that will happen, which would happen anyway. I must introduce the different artists who could easily introduce themselves, and also talk about the Canada Dry made to order by the glass, which is a waste of time, as you know all about it. You drink it, like it, and don't want to hear about it. So, ladies and gentlemen, a master of ceremonies is really a fellow who is unemployed and gets paid for it. I think you will like the entertainment arranged for tonight, I hope. Of course, I haven't seen any of the program myself, but I've spoken to the artists individually. They seem to think it's awfully good. The first number will be a selection by George Olson and his orchestra. I think this being our first program together, it is no more than fair that I have you meet Mr. Olson personally.
He's really a very charming fellow and one of the few directors who comes to and from his work on roller skates. That's perhaps the silliest thing that I'll say all night, I think. I might add that Mr. Olson is very, very handsome. I told you, George, I'd get that in. But as long as we are both on the air, of course, I won't have to worry about that. Oh, George, come here. I want you to say hello to the folks. Hello, everybody. That was George Olson, ladies and gentlemen. He rehearsed that speech all week. You know, this is really all play with George. He doesn't have to work at all. I might say that Mr. Olson is one of the wealthiest conductors in America. You know what I mean. He owns his own car. Of course, the other boys are in debt, too. George, what kind of a car have you? A Saxon. A what? A Saxon. A Saxon, huh? Well, that was my fault for bringing it up, that's all. Is it a new one, is it? Oh, yes, a very late model. I see. Well, you must have been in this country a long time now, haven't you, George? Yeah, say, by the way, Jack, what kind of a car have you? Me? I have a bicycle built for two. I mean, now, you can't go back any further than that, I think. Well, George, I think we ought to get started. What's the first number? I beg your pardon, mademoiselle. It's a French number, Jack. Do you like French numbers? Do I? Mon duck, mon duck.
Later that year, General Motors sponsored a new Benny program. Writer Harry Kahn began developing the Benny character, including some of the Skin Flint jokes then Benny used in his vaudeville acts. In 1934, General Tires assumed sponsorship. Benny's wife, using the name Mary Livingston, joined the program that year, initially doing a walk-on as a Benny fan. Guided by Harry Kahn's writing and Jack Benny's sense of good comedy, a cast of regulars was developed, using Benny as the target of most of the gags. There was a succession of band leaders, including Johnny Green, until Phil Harris joined the show in 1936. A year earlier, when sponsorship had switched to General Foods, makers of Jell-O, singer Frank Parker was replaced by Kenny Baker.
That was a Johnny Greener playing Anything Goes Up. I mean, that was Johnny Green playing Anything Goes from the production of the same name.
Say, Jack, you're a little late, aren't you?
Yes, Don. I stopped over at the barber's for our first routine of talk.
Oh, was he a good barber?
Yes, our audience laughed at it. Oh, hello, Johnny.
Hello, Jack. I didn't recognize you. You look clean tonight.
Well, I just came from the barber shop. Got a shave and a trim.
You got a pretty close haircut there, didn't you?
Yeah.
His head looks like an airport.
Mary, don't discourage our listening audience. I mean, after all, they've just seen me as a lover in my latest picture. It's in the air. And they think I look the same up here, so don't disillusion them.
I won't. What's disillusion, Jack?
Well, Mary, on the air, you see, your listeners can't see you. All they can do is visualize, you see?
Oh, I get it. What does visualize mean?
Well, Mary, look, visualize means that they draw a mental picture of the activity up here, which enables them to conjure up the kaleidoscopic procedure. What are you laughing at?
That's the funniest haircut I've ever seen.
Forget it, will you?
Oh, Johnny, what does visualize mean?
I don't know. I just handle the music here.
Oh, just a juggler of crescendos, eh?
Say, Don, do you know any big words?
Oh, just words like strawberry, raspberry, Jell-O.
And now, wait a minute, Don. Jell-O isn't such a large word.
No, but it's the largest selling gelatin dessert in the world, and every day millions of people eat it.
Well, I thought we dragged that in by the heels gracefully, didn't you, Don? Huh?
Yes, it didn't sound a bit obvious.
No. Mary, answer the door.
Why don't he knock?
Every program is doing that now. Come in.
Hello.
I'd like to see Mr. Benny, please.
There he is, standing over there.
Thank you. I'm Kenny Baker.
Oh, Jack, what does Kenny Baker mean?
The man's name.
Oh. Come in.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Baker?
How do you do?
You know, I've been expecting you. You're the new singer, aren't you?
What was that?
I say you're the new singer, aren't you?
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Baker,
thank you.
No, wait a minute. Just relax. I mean, don't be nervous. Tell me, what kind of a voice have you?
I'm a tenor singer. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it. Just take it easy. Step right over here to the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, be careful there. You tripped over a chair.
I guess I'm a little nervous.
You have nothing to worry about. Now, I want you to meet the members of our little company. This is Johnny Green. Johnny, this is Kenny Baker.
Hello, Mr. Baker. How do you do? I'm sure.
Nervous, I guess.
Same to you, no doubt.
And this is our announcer, Don Wilson.
How are you, Mr. Baker? It's a thrill.
And he'll get over it, I guess. And this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Toots.
Gee whiz.
Well, Kenny, how about giving us a little song? Now, I want you to feel right at home and be at ease. Remember, this is one big happy family, depending on options, of course. Now, what are you going to sing?
If you don't mind, I'll sing The Rose in Her Hair from the motion picture Broadway Gondolier.
I don't mind. Sing, Kenny.
Okay, Benny.
That was Rose in Her Hair, sung by Kenny Baker. You have a very sweet voice, Kenny. It's funny, I haven't met you before. What brought you out to Hollywood?
Oh, nothing. Just making a picture, if you don't mind.
Well, that's nice. Now, you're making a picture, eh?
Yes, anything's still fine.
It is a diversion.
What's a diversion, Jack?
Quiet, Mary.
That's what I thought.
You know, young man, the only difficulty we may have on this program is, you see, your name is Kenny, and mine is Benny. I mean, that might be confusing.
Well, couldn't you change yours?
Kenny Baker doing his first broadcast on the Jell-O program, November 3rd, 1935. When Harry Kahn left the program following a rift with Benny, he was replaced by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloin. And here they are on the Who's in Town Tonight broadcast from NBC, January 24th, 1940.
The ferry boats, the cable cars, Chinatown, the mission bells, the traffic roar of a great city. Truly a rhapsody in sound. San Francisco by the Golden Gate, always colorful, always gay, always hospitable. San Francisco is the mecca for interesting visitors from all corners of the world. We take you now to one of San Francisco's favorite meeting places, the lobby of the beautiful St. Francis Hotel, where Cliff Engel and Helen Morgan are waiting to tell us who's in town tonight.
We're going to do a little teamwork now, and I'm going to introduce Mr. Bill Morrow and Mr. Eddie Beloin, the script writers for Jack Benny.
Let's just sing teamwork tonight.
Well, this is teamwork. Come on,
push me. I want to roll this mic, too. Wait a minute now. Hey, Beloin and Morrow, can I get a picture of you? Not now, bud. You know, we're on the beam.
I happen to have my arm around you, Mr. Morrow. I hope you don't mind.
I hope it's...
we have to get in front of this mic together.
You did this on purpose. You're not going to kid me.
Now, wait a minute. How long have you been a writer for Jack Benny?
Oh, about 4.5 years.
About 4.5 years. And you and Mr. Beloin collaborate, right?
That's right. Oh, Mr. Beloin, is that the way you say that word, collaborate? I didn't know how you ever said that. You go away. You've been bothering us all right. Just one second. What's your name, young man? Scoop Mark. Scoop Mark? Yeah, the PTN. PTN. Oh, yeah, the Petaluma Poultry News. Yeah. For goodness sake, tackle or something.
Would you please tackle for him? Maybe he'll go away.
Just one picture. I've been following around all day, and let me take one picture. We had a terrific joke about eggs, but it's all gone now. Listen, I'm looking at a picture of Jan Garber with a fiddle that's bigger than he is. What am I going to do?
Mr. Mark's just for the moment, I hope.
Yes.
I want to know how long you and Eddie have worked together.
Yes. I think 4.5 years. It's not 4 years.
4.5 years. Well, do you get it?
But I'm older than he is. He says 4, I say 4.5.
Don't look a day over 24.
Let me have a picture, will you, boys? No, go away.
Tell me.
That's an order.
Tell me, how do you work up these scripts? Do you get an idea and then work from there, or do you just sit down and start to write and suddenly it happens?
Well, that's up to you, Edmund. I don't know how it goes. Well, it happened as a rule about as suddenly as this broadcast has happened. They're much funnier. That's why we work. Yeah.
Well, you're giving us a lot of hope on this tonight.
No, well, how about a picture? Let's have him go away. After all, you know.
Well, who is what's known as the idea man here? I mean, which is the two?
Luke is the idea man. This photographer, he thinks of everything.
They must be, I mean, good. No, but who...
I wish I could give him a mural, and it's beautiful. They won't let me in. For 3 days I've been trying to get in there. I'd like to take a picture of you in that room. Would you? Turn enough.
I'm going to get a question in here about the Jack Benny script if I have to yell.
All right.
What I want to know is this. Do you have an idea?
Where does Constance Moore go?
There's no use. There's absolutely no use. Constance Moore is right here. You can see her in just a moment.
Oh.
Now, wait a minute. I want to ask you something. About your Jack Benny dramas. How do you go about writing those?
We've given you so much information, up till now. It just seems you can almost write the program from what you heard already.
Are you both Hollywood boys by birth or by adoption?
No, by accident. No one was ever born in Hollywood. That just happened. People came there after that.
Where'd you come from, Bill?
I come from Chicago.
Chicago. How about you?
I come from East Chicago. I'm in Stratford, Connecticut. I come from Petaluma.
Well, to the best of my ability, I've tried to get a few questions answered here about the Jack Benny show, but I want to tell you that I wish you all the success in the world on your show Sunday night.
Couldn't NBC give us another 15 minutes? We didn't even get started.
We'd love to. Just step right over there. The program coming right on the air.
Hold it, Mr. Warren. I want a picture.
All right, Cliff, if you can.
And now who says that gag writers don't laugh at their own jokes? Get it. How do you like that? Well, it was very fine, but there's one more person from this same Benny Crew column that I thought I'd like to introduce because he used to be a very well-known radio entertainer, still very well remembered around these parts. Murray Boland. Murray Boland. I don't want a picture taken. Can I picture you? No, thank you very much. So, Murray, I only brought you back, not because you were as Well, not because you were a gag writer, but because it's nice to see you back in the old hometown. How have you been away? Well, I'm no gag writer, Cliff, as you remember. I mean, more or less a San Francisco gag writer, but these guys, when I'm around with them, I'm no gag writer. Please remember that. The old troupe of Murray and Harris completely. Harris is in New York. Harris is in New York, and has another partner doing the old things with him that I used to do when we were San Franciscans. And I have been away from here 3, 4 years. And, what are you doing on the Benny Show? What are you doing in the troupe now? I'm the necessary evil to this Benny Show. I'm the agency producer. Producer? Oh, boy. You like stuff. That's where the money comes from, right, Murray? That's right. Murray, as the agency man representing the sponsor, what percentage of the gags originally written into the script before it's cut really seem to click among those present when you first read it? Well, that's the guide for the whole thing. The gags originally written and read at first reading are the nucleus of the whole show. Then Bill and Eddie. The nucleus. Can I get a picture? I've never seen one of a nucleus. Get that. This is Cliff Engel.
And Helen Morgan.
There you are.
Good night.
News and Towns and that came to you from San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Boulogne and Murrow left the program in 1943. Benny writer George Balzer recalls.
Bill Morrow was drafted into the Army. Eddie Boulogne wanted to move on to pictures. They were with Jack about 5 years, I believe. And then in replacing them, instead of only taking 2, Jack decided to go to 4. With Sam Perrin, my partner, we had worked together for a couple of years on Burns and Allen and on the Tommy Riggs Betty Lou show. I had to go to New York to meet Jack, and it was on the train that I met Mel Josephsberg, who was also joining the show at that time. And, of course, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne, who were Jack's previous writers. Bill had been drafted into the Army and had to leave the show, but a wonderful fella. Everybody was Bill's friend. And the reason we had to go to New York was because Jack was in North Africa with the USO, entertaining the armed forces, and he hadn't arrived back yet for the opening of the season, which we were going to do in New York. And I recall while Milt had gone to Brooklyn, I was in my hotel room now, all alone. And after a while, strange city, I felt a little lonesome. So I picked up the phone, I called the desk clerk, and I told him what was on my mind, and he says, yeah. He says, you go up to the 15th floor, gave me a room number. So I took his directions, I caught the elevator, went up, walked down the hall, and knocked on the door. It's a long pause, I knocked on the door again, and then suddenly the door opened, and there, standing in a very sheer dressing gown, was John Tackaberry. John was also joining the show, and I had never met him. And he explained to me that the reason he didn't answer the door immediately was because he had been in the shower. And from the puddles on the floor and his accent, I could tell that he was a wet Texan. And that takes care of 3 of us. Another writer at that time was Cy Howard. Cy was not really a writer on the Benny Show. Now, to clarify that, he did join us at that time, but within the first few weeks, he was not comfortable with the way we worked, and I believe he had a chance to take a part in a play or something, and after about 4 or 5 weeks, he was gone. In later years, I had much success in doing pictures and so forth, but he was not really a writer on the Benny Show. So that takes care. There was myself, Milt, Tack, and of course my old partner, Sam Perrin, whom I met on I guess I mentioned on the Burns and Allen show. On October 10th, 1943, we went on the air with that opening Benny Show of that season. And fortunately, with all new writers, it got great reviews. Everybody was very happy. during that first year, we were at NBC. After a Saturday rehearsal, we were cutting a script. We were 2 or 3 minutes over, and we were trying to get it down to size, strengthen a little bit here and there by putting in a new joke if needed, so forth. And we came to about page 4, I think, and Jack's looking at his script, and he says, fellas, in here, I want to take this joke out, and I want something a little bit stronger. And from myself and Sam, my partner, and Milt and Tack, silence. He said, I want something that kind of pays off real good. From us, silence. He says, I want something that is really worth this big build-up. There's a long silence. And I leaned over to him and I said, Jack, we'll get you another joke. And he says, oh, you agree with me, huh? I said, no, but it's possible that the 4 of us could be wrong.
Say, Jackson, what's the Wilson laughing about?
Who knows?
Go ahead, Don. Tell Phil a joke.
Okay, get this, Phil. Last week, Fred Allen...
Don, hold your stomach still. You're air conditioning the theater. Please.
Well, come on, Don. Lay it on me. Let me hear it. Well, Fred Allen called Jack the Surrey with no fringe on top. Isn't that terrific? What's a Surrey?
There you are. It's supposed to be a gag, Phil.
Gag? Why, my baby can think of better jokes than that, and she's only
2
years old.
Remember, I figured out her age for you last week, remember?
Oh, yeah. And you know something, Jackson? Alice knew it all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, hubba. Well, Phil, it's a shame. You know, Phil, it's really a shame. You know, you're such an intelligent-looking fellow. It's too bad you didn't have better schooling.
Well, it ain't my fault, Jackson. You see, my folks wanted me to be a great musician.
A great musician. Phil, it took you 5 years to learn how to put a nickel in a jukebox.
Well, Jack, I've never seen you put a nickel in a...
Maybe not, but I know how.
A highlight of most every Benny show. And whenever you heard that phone ring, and you heard the voice say, or Jack would answer the phone, and, hello, Miss Benny, this is Rochester. You knew that somebody was in trouble, and it could be either one.
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I'm in a lot of trouble, boss. You shouldn't have asked me to bake a loaf of bread for dinner tonight.
Why? What happened?
Well, I took a small bowl and put in 2 cups of flour.
Uh-huh.
Then I put in a cake of yeast.
Uh-huh.
Then I added 1 cup of water and stirred it together.
Well?
It looked kind of dry, so I added more water.
I see.
Since I added more water, I threw in another cake of yeast.
Well, isn't that a lot of yeast?
That's what I thought, so I put in more water. More flour.
More flour.
That made it too dry, so then I added more water.
Rochester.
That made it too soggy, so I put in some more yeast.
More yeast?
So to balance the proportions...
Well, you balanced that one. You didn't let it drop, anyway.
Yeah, I balanced the proportions with more flour.
Flour?
That made it too dry, so I poured in a quart of champagne.
Champagne?
I had to do something to break the monotony.
Rochester, that's ridiculous, mixing champagne with flour, water, and yeast.
We got the only loaf of bread with a bun on it.
Rochester, the person, was pretty much the Rochester that we played on the air. Eddie Anderson was his name. And he would get into things well, one thing in particular, we were down in Palm Springs. We did a lot of shows out of Palm Springs. And we had finished the script. I believe it was on a Thursday evening, we had finished writing, and we heard a bulletin on the radio that Eddie Rochester Anderson was lost at sea. So now we become worried because we knew he was going to go on a fishing trip. And an hour or two later, another bulletin came through that the Coast Guard had nothing further to report. And now it becomes a little more serious. And on through the rest of the night and the morning, more reports came in over the radio that nothing could be found. And yet somehow we had a feeling that being Rochester, it would work out. And sure enough, in about an hour comes another bulletin over the radio that he had been found and they were now safe on shore. Now, we had the routine written, could have gone on the air with what we had, but we said, wait a minute, this thing has got national publicity. So we might as well cash in on it. This was Friday night. So we wrote a routine based on the fact that Roch had gone through this experience.
Anyway, Don, you're right about one thing. Next Wednesday is my birthday.
Well, Jack, we've done a lot of kidding about your age, but seriously, how old are you?
You're right, Don. We have done a lot of kidding. But when a man reaches a certain age, there's no use denying it. In fact, Don, there's a satisfaction in knowing you have reached that age in a distinguished and dignified manner.
Well, it's no wonder so many people have such a deep admiration for you, Jack. It takes a man of high character to accept growing old so gracefully.
Thank you.
So tell me, Jack, how old are you?
36. And now, fellas, since we're brought...
Wait a minute, Jack.
Nothing wrong, kid?
All I can say is you certainly act a lot older than 36.
What?
Why, the minute it started snowing, you chased all over town trying to buy preheated underwear. Harry, Jack says he's only 36 years old.
Why, Jack Benny, do you expect...
Well, that's all I am, and I can prove it.
Oh, Jack.
Well, look, my last birthday was in 1944. Is that right?
Yes, 1944.
And I was born in...
Yes?
I was born in Waukegan. And that makes me 36.
Makes you 36.
Jack, how does being born in Waukegan make you 36?
It's simple arithmetic. My last birthday was in 1944. I was born in Waukegan. Waukegan has 8 letters, and 8 from 44 is 36. Now, let's drop it.
We never planned anything on the Benny Show. We never said, this is what we want to do, and then we will continue to do it. Everything was accidental. The age routine started. My partner and I were working on that phase of the script, and we had a magazine writer come in, played by Mel Blanc, to interview him, I believe it was, and when he got to the end, how old are you, Jack said 36. And we did a routine on being 36 and worked it throughout the show and so forth. And then many times that year we referred to being 36. Next year, we always had a birthday party on February 14th or the Sunday close to that date, because that was Jack's birthday. And then he became 37. Ran that for a year. He became 38. Ran that. 39. All in order. We ran that for a year. Now, the next year, it's time to be 40. And Jack says, wait a minute. He says, we can't do it. He says, there's something about 40 that isn't funny. It's just at that point, he says, we're going to stay 39. And we did for the rest of his life.
Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Sunday night is a great night for comedy on NBC. One of the outstanding comedians is Fred Allen.
What?
However, it's too early for Allen, so I bring you his closest friend, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, Rose Bowl tummy. Look, I'd like to ask you something. After all these years, how can you imply that Fred Allen and I are such close friends?
Well, Jack, last year when we were in New York, Allen told me personally that of all the friends he has, if he tried to borrow money, you'd be the closest.
Fred Allen said that?
Yes, Jack, he certainly did.
Well, Don, I'm the kind of a man who likes to give credit where credit is due. And that joke deserves at least 5 seconds of silence. Will you people in the audience please bear with us?
And that isn't all Allen said. He told me that...
Wait a minute, Don. Jack isn't back yet.
Well, where is he?
While the bells were ringing, he was out in the audience telling good humor.
That was Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as this evening marks the halfway point of our radio season, I think it only fair that we pay tribute to the man who has contributed his invaluable services to the Jell-O Show.
Well,
a man upon whose broad shoulders rests the burden of maintaining the high comedy level of this program.
Gee.
And here he is, folks, our sound effects man, Mr. Virgil Reimer.
Hey, what is this?
Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the happiest
Wait
day
a
of...
minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here, Don?
Well, Jack, I thought the public might be sort of tired of hearing me introduce you week after week. So for a switch, I thought I'd introduce one of the men behind the scenes.
Oh, you thought you'd pull a little surprise on your old boss, huh?
And you certainly fell for it.
I did at that. Well, Don, I've got a little surprise for you, too. Remember one day in New York when I was having lunch with Harry Von Zell?
Uh-huh.
And you got all upset about it, and I told you not to worry?
Yes?
Well, knit your eyebrows, brother. The heat's on again. Now, let's get going with the program.
Okay. Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way...
Virgil! Go away, will you, and stick to your sound effects.
Oh, give him a chance, Jack. After all, I introduced him, so let him say a few words.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Virgil, but make it snappy.
Thanks, chum. Ladies and gentlemen, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I was walking down the street. And the traffic was something terrible.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
When all of a sudden a panhandler walked up and asked me for a nickel for a cup of coffee, so I gave it to him.
Oh, fine. Now listen, Virgil.
Just then it started to rain.
Rain? No wonder it didn't thunder.
Now cut that out!
All right, Virgil, you gave the panhandler a nickel, so what happened?
It was a lead nickel, so he took out his gun and killed me. I thank you.
Our French student. Hello, Phil.
Bonsoir, folks. Bonsoir. Hello, Jacques.
Jacques.
And Marie and Dune.
Dune? Phil, a dune is a great big pile of sand. But I guess you're right. I don't... Anyway, why don't you cut out that French? The stuff you say doesn't even make sense.
Well, I learned a new one this week. Get a load of this, Jackson. Ma orchestre travaille dans dune soupier.
What does that mean?
My orchestra works in the soup tureen.
Your orchestra works in the soup tureen?
Yeah, that's as close as I could get to Biltmore Bowl.
Well, why don't you run over to the Colemans and borrow a cup of... Hey, wait a minute. I haven't seen Mr. Coleman for quite a while. Hand me a cup. I'll go get the flour.
Here you are.
I'll be right back, Rochester. Yada-dee-da-dum, ba-bum-bum. As long as I'm going over, I really should have brought a larger cup. Oh, well, I guess this cup will be all right. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare... Here, a lot of people out today. La 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 la. Thank you. Yeah, I better go around the back door. Yada-dee-da-da. See, the Colemans keep their lawn nice and... Oh, isn't that cute? A garbage can shaped like an Oscar.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Sherwood. Is Mr. Coleman in?
Yes. He's in the library.
Well, could you tell him that I'd like to borrow a cup of flour?
Oh, there's no need to tell him. I'll give you the flour.
Oh, shall I come in?
That won't be necessary. I'll sift it to you through the screen door. I have the fact right here on the shelf.
What is that? Oh, by the way, Sherwood, I tried to call Mr. Coleman on the phone this morning, but I couldn't get him. Did he change his number since I talked to him last week?
Yes, sir. 3 times.
Oh, well, I hope he got the one he likes.
Will this be enough flour, Mr. Benny?
Yes. I'm just going to use it to make a little paste. You see, I'm working on my scrapbook, and I'm sticking in the many things that have been said about me.
You save those?